At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and we challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Māori Active, streaming live at youtube.com/Whakaata Māori. Subscribe now.
Hey. Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Good morning and welcome to sunny Timaru for the 51st New Zealand Track and Field Schools Championship. We're looking forward to a great competition over the next 2.5 days, and I'll pass now to Tony Rogers, who is Chair of the New Zealand Schools Association. Tony.
Thanks, Kevin, and thanks for being on board for the weekend, everyone. And folks, I hope you enjoy the live stream brought to you by Whakaata Māori and our other key sponsors, Bailey's, New Zealand Carbon 5 in Apollo Projects and Caltex. So we're looking forward to another exciting weekend of action from our young athletes. This is where our champions come from, and we hope you join us at the 5 different times during the coverage over the weekend. Thank you very much again, Whakaata Māori, for taking the broadcast to you.
All right.
Thank you, men. I te iwi nau mai, hauri mai. Ti tēnei papahautonga a Whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki nā maunga, nā wai mani nā aki a o tēnā rohi. tēnā koutou katoa. Ki nā ka whakahare mai nā ka whakate, hi mihi mahana hoki ti a koutou.
Carl, thank you very much. That's our introduction for the 2024 New Zealand Schools Track and Field Championships. Action getting underway here in the next half hour. Right, the Track and Field Championships for 2024 underway, Tony, and we've got action already on the track.
Yes, we're into the 800 qualifiers. We've had the junior girls and looks like the junior boys out there now. Out on the field, we've got the senior boys javelin underway, and we'll probably take some viewing on that, and the senior and junior boys pole vault, and I believe the pole vault height's at 345 at the moment, so they're starting to climb up for our young male competitors in the pole vault. But yeah, lovely sunny conditions here, Aorangi Stadium in Timaru.
In Timaru, indeed. All right, and we can just see a glance there at a moment at the bar now, just shifted up another 10 centimetres at 355, and we can see one of the competitors now on the runway. Looks like a Burnside high school uniform, does it?
It's most likely a well-coached group of pole vaulters there by Bill Boyd at Burnside High, and you notice that the pole vault is one of the few events that don't have to wear their bib identification number on the front because of the way they go over the bar.
Yes, that makes a little bit of a difference. No chance of the number catching the bar as they ease their way down off the top of the pole. And here we are, the competitor coming in at this stage now. And a very satisfactory clearance, white flag.
Very good clearance here at 355. There's small fields, but some accomplished young vaulters that have come from mostly Christchurch and our Auckland area where the vaulting coaches are. But we've had one young jumper from Wellington in the men's pole vault as well. Right, so
the bar adjustments taking place.
Yeah, and coming up shortly we'll have the qualifying heats for the senior girls 800 metres of the program, and then followed by the senior boys. Some very promising young athletes coming in these events, and I'm sure you might be looking forward to watching young Bo Ritchie run in the 800 metres as much as me, Kevin. She's had a great 2024, breaking a national age group record and then running 2:05 at the World Juniors in Lima, Peru earlier this year. So yeah, all eyes will be on Bo Ritchie, I think, in this senior girls 800 coming up in the qualifiers shortly. Yeah,
a young athlete of considerable talent, and I think we're certainly looking forward to her competing. I mean, it's going to be quite challenging. I mean, any time under 2:10, Tony, is pretty impressive for any of our top school women athletes, and Bo is probably fair to say significantly in front of the rest of the field in terms of that. But championships are championships, so we'll just see what happens and unfolds in terms of competition.
And there we've got on screen for you all now that by time sit until they get eliminated by the next heat or not. So these girls will be watching the last heat eagerly with time, as were the previous ones. So yeah, that winner there was in the red was Paige Scannell from Sacred Heart in New Plymouth in 2:22.62. So yeah, good 4 seconds or so faster. Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's second, Bo Ritchie, St Peter's in third, and then Eva Houghton of Barradine College was fourth in 2:23. But the next couple of girls, Mia Kane Townley and Sophie Webber, definitely should come through on time because they were all under the 2:26 from the previous heat.
So there we have on screen the results of the senior girls heat 2, and we can see in fact that Mia Kane Townley and Sophie Webber have nudged their way further forward into the two that go to the next round, but one more heat to go will determine who in fact does actually make it through. And those third heat competitors are awaiting a start. Indeed it is. is. There we are. There's the 8 competitors who will be contesting this event.
And as was mentioned, they've got the twin sister of Lisa Hellier in this one. That's Sarah Hellier from Aorangi College in the middle lane, in lane 4. Not much separates those two young ladies. She has a personal best of 2:08, just a fraction behind her twin sister. Probably other athletes to watch out for in this one will be Bronwyn Rees-Jones out of Cambridge High, and it should be fairly close in there. Sophie Haynes from Diocesan School for Girls. It's got a personal best of 2:14. So these girls all have a chance to knock out some of the others if they get in the top 4 or have a fast time that knocks off the preliminary qualifiers as indicated on the previous scoreboard.
Very quickly over the first 50 or 60 metres.
Yeah, so these girls know they have an opportunity, don't they, to get one of those preliminary qualifying spots by time.
In fact, it's as they break lanes and to go into the back straight. It's
a really good clip.
Yeah, it is
set
indeed.
out there.
In fact, this field stretched out over 15 metres. It's got a very fast pace out in front from our lead athlete, 4:41.
And that's Alaska Ontario from Nayland College out of the Tasman district. She's got a good clear lead, and then there's a gap back to the next 3 young ladies who will be comfortably, I would think, at this stage of proceedings to the top 4 qualifiers. And it's whether one of these girls that's focused on the camera at the moment can come through and grab some time spots.
So our race leader has really made it very clear of her intentions from the gun, and is holding on well at the moment, Tony, with 200 to go.
Yeah, so what we call the bubble time is the qualifying spot time is 2:27.84. So any of the girls that can start getting in front of that, if they're not in this top 4, can definitely claim a spot. Yeah, this is a considerably faster race, and you can see that. Not a bad way to run, because then you can relax down when you know where everyone is. You've eliminated any chance of any falls or being boxed in when there's a mad rush for the finish. Yeah,
you have a certain admiration for you, don't you, when somebody decides, right, I'm going out there, I'm going to qualify, and she's qualified handsomely, really.
Yeah, so great run there by Alaska Ontario from Nayland College.
2:21 was a quick glance as I glanced at the...
26 now, clicking over on the clock, so yeah, so they'll be close for those girls trying to nab one of those spots. I'd say one of them might have got the 5th place girl there, and we'll try and pick up who that was. It could have been Bronwyn Rees-Jones from Cambridge.
That's been quite impressive, really, Tony. The number of young women here who have gone under 2:30, I think, is really quite encouraging for our middle distance fraternity in New Zealand. Once you're starting to clock up times like that, and there have been probably well over a dozen who have done that today.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of young ladies that kind of, see athletics as a career pathway for scholarships to America these days as well. So that's why they like to perform in the middle distance area, because the middle distance area gives them that opportunity with colleges to do some cross country as well as track, and that can be track indoors and outdoors.
I have a lot of admiration, I think, probably in the javelin of all events, in terms of being able to pick up the exact mark where the javelin cuts the earth for the first time.
Yeah, you have to be a reasonably astute official to know what it is that you're looking for, particularly on the hard ground. It's a little bit easier on soft ground, that's for sure, but that's looking fairly firm out there. So we've got one of our visiting athletes from the Cook Islands here. So I'm speaking to the group of 8 athletes competing, and that they arrived at the stadium today, and they're looking forward to their time here in Timaru. So welcome to our Cook Island viewers, if we've got some, and it's great to have your young athletes come across to the Secondary Schools Champs which we have had on numerous occasions now. A very modest group, Kevin, of when I asked, well, who's your leading team, and they all pointed to each other, which is lovely to see the sort of the camaraderie between them all.
Yes, very reluctant to.
St Andrews College athlete here.
And the gun indicating action on the track again, and this time it's
senior boys.
Yes. Again, going to be an extremely well contested event, Tony, this 800 metre senior boys. There's 5 heats, 32 athletes, and a number of these young athletes are sort of capable of going in the low 150 range of times, and that's classy, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and it's an event that I remember well at my school days, some 50 years ago, Kevin, in a stadium that you knew too well, which is the old QE2 stadium in Christchurch, and this is a Westlake boy out in front, isn't it, I think?
That's right, he's...
could well be Conal McLean, I think, from Westlake boys, or Lorenzo Ferguson. We've got 2 boys from Westlake in this heat. We'll try and pick up their numbers. 9.62 is Conal and 9.71 is Lorenzo.
All right, and the pace goes on.
Yep.
In fact, it looks as if they're going 1-2, and
it's been great seeing the running group that's constantly coming from Westlake boys under the great leadership of Tian Stratum. He's been to Kenya twice with some boys this year, once with the New Zealand schools team and then once with his own group. So they've got some great experiences, those Westlake boys.
All right, very, very cagey finishing there, just checking where they lie in the first 4.
Yeah, and I think that was Joe Martin coming across the line from Wellington College in first. I didn't spot the numbers, but...
Exactly. Thank you.
So Joe Martin's time there was 1:57.14, leading that first heat in.
There we are, appearing on the screen. Angus Sevier of Cashmere High School, who's been showing very good form over the last 12 months. So this is going to be one of the races of the championship, I think, the 800 metres.
I think, well, we're a bit biased possibly, Kevin, but I think the middle distance races are always ones that we look forward to, and there's going to be some talent in the junior ranks this year as well. So, yeah, it will be a strong race, the men's 800, or the boys 800 seniors in particular, as will the 1500. We had a big group of athletes in the juniors for 800 and 1500 make the qualification, looking to cap off with a strong performance in the 1500.
So you've got to be moving quickly there in 5th place, or in fact in 4th and 5th place. First 3 are just the automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, so the bubble time here is just on 2 minutes, so all of these athletes that are wanting to get a qualifying spot in the next round, the semi-finals, will be looking to run faster than 2 minutes, which means these next heats are going to be run fairly honest, like the one was first up as well. So I expect George Wiley from Tauranga Boys will be one of the stronger athletes in this event, in this particular heat. He's got a best time of 1:56 overall, took around 2 minutes this season. He's sitting in behind at the moment. It's
It's nice to see.
It looks like Quinn Moss from King's College in Auckland leading the way, the blonde-headed in the front.
So 6 of them there still would see themselves in contention.
Pats in the white is the 4th place runner at the moment, but he's got someone on his shoulder, but the top 3 looks like they're sorted out. So it'll be good to see how they come through the line.
We've got a little bit of a burst down the outside, but may not be enough.
Yeah.
Right, the first 3 comfortably through.
And that probably won't be enough to qualify, will it, at the moment? It's just outside 2 minutes for 4th and 5th in that spots, but the 4th runner, I think, is the qualifying, will go through, but we're not going to. It says here the top 3, isn't it? So top 3, yeah, that's 12 plus 4, because it's unseeded, so to speak, or less seeded than it can be in the first round.
I think we've got a little bit of a pause in the field. They'll be working through in the senior girls javelin to the final. It'll be the final 8, Tony, is it, that we'll be throwing?
They'll be getting close to final 8 in after the 3rd round. So there's Quinn Moss, boy from Kings, a blonde-headed lad who looked very comfortable out in front, and Noah Larson from Waimea College out of Tasman. So Kings College out of Auckland and Waimea College from Tasman. George Wiley, as we mentioned, he was there in Tauranga in the dark blue strip in 3rd. So yeah, very, very tight compared to the 157, I think it was, for the first round. And we'll see, looks like at this point in time, the preliminary qualifiers will come from the first heat.
Yes, even though the 2-1 very creditable times, it doesn't look they're going to be enough to advance at this point.
Yeah, so 2078, young lad Aidan Galley of New Plymouth Boys is currently holding the 4th qualifying spot by time, so that's what everyone's targeting. So Logan Hoffler from Wellington College, and then of course young lad from St Kitts, Tim Wallace, has been running pretty well in Auckland. He's got a best time 1:57, so see him in the colours, in the St Kitts colours of the royal blue with the big white band across the front. He's coming around in 5th spot at the moment. So it looks like it's could be the Silverstream boy Blake Miskell leading. Yes, it is. So they're definitely going at a little bit more solid of a clip, aren't they?
Well, they are. They're moving.
And then we've got McLean's College in there as well, which is Noah Crowhurst. I'm looking at the names quickly. Logan Hoffler in at 5th spot at the moment from Wellington College, so it's a much quicker time, this one, with the pace on right from the beginning. So they'll definitely be aiming for those qualifying spots by time.
Right, so there are 5 of them there, and just 3 automatic going through. So
that's Miskell from Silverstream College, and looks like Logan Hoffler's struggled away at 5th now, and so he's dropped off the top 4. So the 4 are really clear, aren't they?
That's very decisively away.
So they've made their race easy for them. They might like to look around and see where they are, but they're a long way.
Starting to do that now.
But of course it is 3, because we're thinking about the previous races. So it's the top 3. So yeah, that's a strong run there by 420. So that's. So you can see the javelins all lined up there, but not much action happening between the javelins at the moment.
No,
a little bit of breeze fluttering.
Yes, it's just a very gentle breeze. Like lots of Canterbury, the northeasterly is the prevalent breeze, and just glancing down here, we have got obviously a slight northeasterly blowing at the moment.
So we've got pole vaults now at 440, so it'll be able to pick up what's happening there in terms of the action for the senior boys. But there's the top 4 from a previous one. So yeah, Noah Crowhurst from Maclean's College is within the bubble, so to speak. So he's got a preliminary qualifier with 1 heat to go.
And that field is on their marks.
So the time from Fletcher Van Hooven, as I said, from Matamata College previously, 1:58.19. He's been running pretty well up there in the Waikato and local club meets. So Blake Miskell will be pleased. He's right up to his best, which he ran recently, of 1:58.52. So he's qualified with Tim Wallace and at the moment Noah Crowhurst. Up in the next heat. Got a field, says we have a field of 8, so yes, they all look like they are. There was 5 heats, but we've had a couple of scratchings, so we've been reduced to 4, and one of the leading lights in this will be Hamish Murray from Aquinas College. He was one of those athletes that was in that great bunch of athletes that were close to performances that earned selection for World Juniors last year. And a range of 800 and 1500 metre events. Another Tauranga boy, so Aquinas College is out of the Tauranga, is Jake Lomas. He's got a best time of 1:56 overall, 1:57 this season. So they're underway. And so we'll have to keep a bit of an eye on this time. So they're chasing the bubble time, still over just over 2 minutes to get one of the 4 qualifying spots.
Well, they're making it pretty decisive. That's probably the quickest we've seen over the first 120 metres, Tony. They're making making absolutely certain that the tempo is there. And 7 athletes at the end of 300 metres still together.
It looks like the Westlake boy, isn't it? Aaron Brody, I think, leading the way, and so it's definitely.
Yes, Aaron Brody, Westlake, and Jacob Ritter on the outside in the maroon. A change of leadership as they hit the bell.
Yeah, goes through in 57, so this is a good pace if they're picking it up as they have as well. So it's much tighter at the moment at this business end, and young man in 6th spot, he'll be hanging on to see if he can get one of those time spots with the pace already well on.
It's down the back straight and into the final bend.
So these boys will come back to run their semi-finals tomorrow. They'll be tomorrow just after lunch, I think, from memory.
So 3 automatically through, and the 4th place getter here relying on time, but we don't know who that will be yet. So Hamish Murray of Aquinas out in front.
Very decisive, and as expected, one of the leading contenders for the overall title, I'm sure. But it's going to be tight for the 3rd, but they will run well fast enough going through in 1:55, 1:56 there. All 5 of them, and it'll be close for our Westlake boy who made the early pace. I think he might just sneak inside, but it'll be very close to see if he gets through to the next round.
So that brings to an end the senior boys 800 metres qualifying.
Yeah, so the time at about 1:15. The next focus that we'll have is some 200s. In between now, they will be able to bring the concluding stages of the discus for senior girls. Javelin for senior girls. There is discus going on at the moment. That's the junior girls, and then the final stages of the boys pole vaults before we get underway later this afternoon with the girls pole vault around 2 o'clock. So
yes, I would think we only have one athlete left in the pole vault there. We've got a young lady from Wanganui Collegiate in the javelin. I think that was Juliet McKinley. She was lying second, so we'll see how she's going.
So we see on the screen there the result of that fourth and final heat of the senior boys 800 metres, with Hamish Murray winning impressively in 1:55.78. Jacob Lidder and Felix Field certainly going through, and Aaron Brody is battling on for fourth, has paid dividends.
Yeah, he's got reward for his early pace setting, hasn't he? So that's what it's about, and having a bit of a strategy as you go into these qualifying rounds to see if you can get yourself through and have a chance to run in the next round. For him was where he'll probably get close to a personal best if that wasn't one already.
They're impressed, Tony, with the quality of this javelin field, just in terms of both performance, and there are obviously a lot of well-coached javelin athletes around the country at the moment. Watching these young women throwing it, they look both relaxed, confident, and sending the javelin out quite impressively.
Yeah, it was quite interesting when we were away in Kenya with our New Zealand schools cross-country team, or we were in South Africa for our pre-training. The young ladies in our cross-country team actually had the Olympic champion staying in the same accommodation as he was training and doing some training in Potchefstroom in South Africa, and it was good to see him doing some hard workouts down at the facility there where we trained in Potchefstroom in South Africa as our altitude preparation for going to Nairobi. It seems to be a place of some significance for javelin throwers where they train there. They've got quite a display of when the world record was broken by Jan Selesny, so a graphic display of that. So I think he did some training there. And of course, number 2 in the Olympics was an Indian javelin thrower, of course, and won the world champs previous. So we had a chat to him about did he play any cricket when he was young, and of course some of our javelin throwing action and cricket throwing is almost identical. So that, maybe as we get more and more opportunities for girls cricket, we'll get greater opportunities for girls javelin throwers in New Zealand.
Exactly.
As it gets a bit more in the schools.
Chelsea Moananui of Wellington East flighting the javelin out.
So it doesn't look like it went much over the 30-odd, which she's capable of. Chelsea was recently awarded one of the all-rounders of Wellington College sports awards in the region. Heavily involved in touch and rugby and I think basketball as well as her athletics. So yeah, she's a real all-rounded talent as Chelsea Moananui. Rebecca Bailey of St Albans College. Just outside the sector, I think. Did she have to glance back to see if the red flag was shown? I suspect it would have been, obviously, if it was outside the sector. So we're not getting updates on our results board in here at the moment, but they will definitely be into the next phase, I think, of the senior girls javelin now, and that was
Orla Motley,
Yes,
who's certainly got South Canterbury roots, but is competing for St Andrews College.
yes. Craig Motley, her dad, is someone that's had a fair bit to do with the sport in this part as well as Christchurch, so good to see her out there performing in javelin.
And we can see just on the screen, as well as the javelin, the pole vault women's competitors.
They're warming up now, so we might be able to see if we can get a result for you from what we were seeing on screen before we had those 800s.
So warm-up time for these competitors. They're just getting the feel of planting the pole in the box and getting that feel for that. Obviously must be a wonderful feeling, really, of moving up and over. So
Yes, it's an event that we've obviously had huge amount of success in recent times, with Eliza McCartney, of course, with her medal back in Rio, and we had 3 young ladies qualify for the final due to the way it worked out in Paris this year with pole vault. So it's always good to see that we've got a good number of young ladies wanting to follow in the footsteps.
And Olivia McTaggart, of course, is the senior girls record holder.
Correct.
And to make the final of an Olympic final is quite special.
And Olivia McTaggart actually won the title here in 2015. Last time it was in Timaru 9 years ago. So that shows you the progression. So it was quite a number of our athletes that performed well that went on to the Olympics this year, including Madison Weshi, who was shot put winner here in 2015. Who won the silver, of course, in the shot at Paris. Olivia McTaggart, Zoe Hobbs won her school's title here in 2015, and James Preston, our 800 metre runner. They all won titles back here in 2015 when Timaru last hosted New Zealand schools. And believe it or not, Kevin, back in 2009, when it was here the first time, when the stadium was quite new, Tom Walsh, a local from Timaru, won the senior shot, and Jacko Gill won the junior shot in 2009. So there's a bit of history around the New Zealand secondary schools when it's been in Timaru.
Good, yes, Provincial New Zealand does produce a range of talented athletes. On the track, we've just seen the first of the 200 metres for senior girls. We'll give you an update on that event as it goes on, but at the moment we're still focusing on the javelin. And Juliet McKinley of Whanganui Collegiate is about to throw.
Juliet was definitely in second place early on. I think if we watch, they'll be throwing in that reverse order now in the final 3 rounds. Going back to the junior girls, we have junior girls pole vault and senior girls pole vault running concurrently. So we'll focus in on the pole vault because it's an event that we like to view. Even though it's got juniors and seniors in it, but there's 7 starters in the junior girls pole vault, which is great to see, and there'll be a couple in the senior girls pole vault only. So there will be good to see a larger number of junior girls competing there, and they'll be all learning their trade for sure.
Right, so the senior girls, just the 2 competitors. And I suppose we could say we are a little bit disappointed the field isn't bigger than that, but we cope with that, and as you say, the encouraging thing is that the number of junior girls, I'm sure inspired by what in fact has been probably the most successful field event for women in New Zealand over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, so we can have a look. I think we've got a result from the senior boys. It was Ty Rose from Westlake. It looks like he vaulted 4:32 to take that title. ahead of Alfred Pask from Darfield High, and in third place was Daniel Browns from Burnside High. Young Asher Robinson having his first attempts at pole vault was in fourth there in the senior boys pole vault, and we're happy to mention that in the junior boys the winner was there in 3:30, and that was a Christ College with another Christchurch boy ahead of Connor Brady and Sam Warren. We have to get those results there, but looked like our leading thrower, I think, in the javelin, which is the there was on screen was the measuring equipment for the events. It's the main piece of the equipment for the EDM, which is the electronic distance measuring, and you can see that's connected to a laptop or a tablet there. That's what they're taking the results from for the javelin, and they mark it with the yellow marking stick. All calculated beforehand to see that the distances are correct. The other way you can do it without using a tape is using a laser measurement method. So we're just going to take a small break with some ads while there's a little bit of quiet on the program. We've got a 200-metre race going on in the background, which we'll have a brief look at as it comes by. It's one of the junior girls' heats.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
Right, Tony, we're still warming up for the pole vault, and the girls are lined up to take their turn to go through. So a fairly short run up at the moment. That's obviously just getting the feel for.
Yeah, and so part of the setup for pole vault is, as you can see, it's right here in front of the grandstand, which is great spectator viewing, but they use the same runways as the horizontal jumps. That's the long jump and the triple jump, and so that's why the boys and girls have run consecutively after each other today, so that setup can be done once for the weekend. They've got ideal weather conditions as well anyway, so they'll be pleased about that. And then the focus will go on those horizontal jumps, which will be down here in front of the grandstand as well. So yeah, it's quite a task setting up something like pole vault with the stands and
and the pads and the crash pads. As you can see, there's a crash pad out there to the side, so in case anyone goes off, they're not going to end up on the fence and damaging themselves as an athlete. For those at home, the pole vault uprights, the athlete has what is called zero, which is at the line of the front of the box, which they plant their pole in, but they're allowed to ask for the uprights to move a little bit forward, or, so that they can get their height as they get right across the over the bar. So yeah, they're just doing their preliminary warm-ups here, these young girls. Many of them will be vaulting maybe in their first major competition in the pole vault for the junior girls, that's for sure. And as you can see, their starting heights over there at the side, 205, which is great to see that it's a height that's able, not too daunting for these young ones having their first attempt at this event.
Yeah, it's quite attainable for, I would think, for most of the field, so at least they're off to a positive start in that regard.
So just coming up over the weekend, Kevin, I thought we'd chat about what's the events that you might be looking forward to. You've no doubt probably read about a young man from up north that's broken a record recently, and then we've got Caleb Wagner coming up in the senior boys 3000s. He's had a pretty amazing season as well, or year.
Yep.
Is there any other standouts that you're looking forward to over the weekend?
Well, I think one of the exciting things about championships like this, Tony, is that you come away from them and there are 130 or so New Zealand champions, and it's a changing of the guard, or it's a reinforcing of athletic talent and so forth. So, I mean, you always the senior men's and women's sprint is always going to be something special. You move into middle distance and you look at the 8:15. We're going to have a big field in the 3000 later on tonight. So we'll look forward to that, and in the field, I mean, we're already seeing some good performances there. Alex Duff throwing well in the javelin. We'll see over the rest of the afternoon that our throwers will be out there, ensuring that happens, and we'll also have our jumps. We've got pole vault at the moment, but as the program goes on, we'll continue to see both high jump, and we'll be joined here, I think, over the weekend by Kelly O'Hagan, who is one of our lead exponents in the high jump, and then she'll have some insights, I'm sure, into it.
So there's Juliette McKinley from Wanganui Collegiate in the senior girls jav, and that's looking like a throw in the mid to late 30s. You can see the 35 metre mark in the background there, so she's got a best, I think we saw earlier on, of 42 metres. We just haven't been able to get our scoring system updated, but yeah, 42.57 was her throw in round 2, I think it was, or yes, it was round 2. So that didn't look like it was going to be better than that, but haven't seen any go over the 40 metre mark in our recent throws that we've had a look at. Yeah, coming back to that, and of course during the weekend, a lot of these young athletes are aspiring to be selected in what we call our championship team. New Zealand Secondary Schools name a championship team, and that and this is our leader, Alex Duff, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So we'll focus in on her for a moment.
From Columba College in Dunedin. No, not happy with the run up that time. You saw the stutter at the beginning there. I think she just felt that the rhythm wasn't there.
So she's got time to go back if they get a call, and they'll get a flag when there's 15 seconds left to attempt. So she's made her way back fairly quickly, and she's preparing again. Checking that she stayed with inside the foul line. And, the optics are not making it easiest for us to get an idea of where that's landing, but it looks like in the mid-30s as well. She's had a throw of 45, I think it was, early on, so in her first round throw, which sometimes can happen. You get that best one out early on. You're going back to that, given as there'll be a large team of around about 1 to 2 athletes in each discipline named a New Zealand Secondary Schools team, and that earns them the right to wear the singlet if they wish
and have a travel subsidy from New Zealand secondary schools to a major event, and the first opportunity for that is a internal New Zealand tour to the Central Classics, it's called, which is the 3 upcoming meetings in January, early Feb. The Cooks Classic in Wanganui, the Capital Classic in Wellington, and the Potts Classic in Hastings, all just before school starts. So for athletes that are named in that championship team, they can be part of that team if they so wish in the January, early Feb time. And then next year in April, not necessarily, but we're needing to be selected from the championship team, but that will definitely get them in good stead. A team to go to USA. It's a new initiative this year, a New Zealand schools team going there, rather than making a long haul travel to Perth for the Australian Champs, which we've done in some years, and we can make it out of term time as well, which suits school athletes. So that's what's happening for these young athletes who are striving to get selected.
Yes, it's a wonderful opportunity, really. You can still see our junior boys 200 metres athletes going through their preliminaries.
Yep, so I'm going to hand the reins over to Carl Jackson to join you for a while, and I'll just have a break and see that some of the other things in terms of the championship are running in place. But
Thanks, Tony. It's a very nice day here today in Timaru. A little bit of a breeze, but nothing that's going to impact the times too much today.
No, and it's quite warm. A little bit of cloud about now, Carl. It's probably just keep the temperature down a little bit, and the athletes won't mind that.
Yeah, and it's good to see these young rangatahi putting in the mahi in the early months of the season. Typically nationals for athletics takes place in March, so to see these athletes peaking in December takes a lot of foresight. They've been training, a lot of them after their winter sports have concluded, and short turnaround into early December.
Yes, always been a slightly controversial challenge, isn't it, the New Zealand schools in December. I know down the years that people have said, well, it's a bit early, or it's a bit, it needs to be later, but it's worked and it's been going for 50 years. So we can say that it's well established.
Yes, that's right. It's the seasons tend to overlap more and more these days. We had the Condor Sevens last week in Tauranga, and Tauranga Boys College triumphed over Sacred Heart, and no doubt there will be a few rugby players who played the Sevens who will have that quickness taking part in the sprint events and maybe the field events this weekend here in sunny Timaru.
Good, and that's good really, because in the past there have been a few clashes between those two national tournaments, or schools national tournaments, so it does actually give them the opportunity to come down and show their talents, which, as we've really seen with one or two athletes already, they're multi-talented athletes, aren't they, these days? They seem to be able to turn their hand to a whole range of events.
Yeah, that's right, and just sitting outside here in the commentary box, I've spotted Thomas Waldrum, very good rugby player back in the day, played for Wellington Lions, the Hurricanes. I think he might have even made quite a few test caps for the England rugby team, and he was a very good javelin thrower and shot putter back for St. Pat's Silverstream back in the day, and he's obviously got children competing here today too. So athletics transcends a lot of different sports. The speed is very good for rugby, football, and obviously the field events cross over into a lot of other sports too. So good to see a great turnout. Over 180 schools, I believe, competing today. Kevin, is that
That's
correct?
Right. Yep. Yes, it is. And over 1,000 athletes. So over the 2.5 days.
Fantastic, and look, it's great for huge economic impact for the local community. Accommodation sold out here in Timaru, and we have athletes and supporters staying further afield in places like Temuka, Geraldine, Metfin. So it's not just Timaru, but it's actually the surrounding communities that benefit from the New Zealand Secondary School Track and Field Championships.
All right, so the bar being settled at the moment. Not the metal bar that we traditionally see. And I've got a feeling that we're still glancing down to the javelin. We're looking down, you can see the boys, well, we can't at the moment, but the junior boys shot put getting underway. Just adjacent to where in fact the senior girls javelin has been taking place. In fact, a quick glance there at the young lads preparing for the throws. Some of these young athletes are going to be putting in changes and changing footwear quite regularly, really. So these are the senior javelin throwers. So we're going to assume that the girls' result is now available, and this is the field for the senior boys javelin, and there were 16 competitors listed.
Māori, Māori Active, Caltex, Apollo projects based out of Christchurch, and New Zealand Carbon Farming, fantastic, and obviously Bailey's as well. So without these commercial partners, broadcast events like this don't happen. So for those who can't make it here today in Timaru, hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and we have plenty more action today across a whole range of events.
So I see the Bailey's sign at the around the arena, the due prominence as one of the sponsors, and the senior boys measuring out, as you could see there a few moments ago, the length of their run up in the javelin. And next, there we are, quick check this routine. Righto, he's got the distance sorted, and now just going across to put a little marker at the side to know where in fact his run up will commence. As long as somebody doesn't move the shoe, he'll be fine. In fact, it looks as if that's just a marker on the way. These athletes who've been preparing for this event sort of will make a start, and then they'll know when they hit part way down the runway that they're on target. Our pole vaulters still going through their warm-up. They've been probably working out here for about the last 30 plus minutes, haven't they, Carl? It's just getting the feel of the whole occasion.
Yeah, look, it's events like pole vault requires a significant amount of confidence as you approach the bar, and one little moment of doubt can really throw a young athlete off. The more experienced athletes, even for them, you see it at the top level. At the Olympics, often the top athletes might even bail out of their run-up just because 1% not right, and they'll bring it back. So particularly important for these young athletes who might be trialling the pole vault for the first time at a national event, and it's a big occasion for them.
I have a feeling they're just going through the final phases of this. .205. They don't really have to go up the pole too far, really. It's just really a matter of being able to get elevation, and we'll see when they get underway. Got two senior competitors only, but we've got a range of junior athletes competing there. Did a little bit of a head count this morning, in fact, just to see, the number of officials. So there's well over 100 officials are required to actually sustain this meeting, and then in addition to that, you've probably got another, 60 to 80 helpers who are, either collecting discuses and bringing them back or assisting with hurdle movements. It becomes quite a major logistic exercise to run a championship event like this, and this is the biggest in terms of numbers of competitors that we'll have at any track and field meeting in the country in 2024-25.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very labour-intensive sport. Every event needs probably at least potentially 4 or 5 officials. When you think you have the starter, you have the judges, the photo finish, and then obviously for the field events, you got people measuring long jump, putting the bar back for the high jump, the pole vault. So it's a lot of officials are needed. They're all volunteers. They offer their time and often travel to Timaru at their own expense. So big thank you to the officials this weekend, because without them, these young rangatahi would not have the opportunity to compete in Timaru.
Yes, I'm just thinking as I glance there at the pole vault. I would think that there are probably somewhere between 6 and 8 officials operating there at the moment. From those that are calling them up to compete each round, to those that are adjusting the height of the barrier. We'll have the overall referee for that particular event there alongside. So it does become, quite an intense operation, really, and you've also got health and safety as a real issue, not in terms of just being prepared.
Yeah, that's right. The last thing you want is to be hit by a javelin, a shot put, or a discus. But even the pole vault, if these athletes are over 3 metres, it's a long way to fall down to the pad. So health and safety is paramount at an event like we're having this weekend.
So the warm-up phase, the little bit of chat amongst the javelin throwers. Large numbers, they'll know one another quite well from previous meets.
Yeah, that's right. There tends to be a real camaraderie between athletes in the different events. They warm up together, they get called through to the call room together, and they tend to know each other pretty well, and it's really nice to see the young rangatahi mixing it with different schools from completely different regions from their own, and an event like this brings them together and creates many friendships. I actually stayed last night with a former competitor of mine in Christchurch on my way to Timaru, and we competed back at the New Zealand Secondary Schools event in 1989 when it was held in Auckland, and we're still good friends today. And I was based in Wellington, he was based in Christchurch, and that's where you sort of make friendships, and it continues 30 years on. So sport's a great way to form friendships that can be very enduring.
Yes, very much so. All right, just a little bit of light limbering going on. They just throw it there, just waiting for the word to get underway. I think we said that there are 16 competitors that were listed for this event in the senior boys javelin, rather similar to the number of who competed in the girls. We glance there into the stand here at Aorangi Park in Timaru.
Yeah, lucky there's some shade there in the grandstand, Kevin. It's might be 25 degrees, but it actually feels a lot warmer when you're out there. Coming from Auckland down to Timaru, it's you don't have that humidity, and could actually produce some really quick times, especially in the track events where it is important that the athletes remain warm. Might be a little bit tougher for the 3,000 metres running in the warm temperatures, but looking forward to seeing Sam Ruth from Tauranga Boys College later on. He looked impressive in the 800 metre heats. He's run a time of 8:09 for 3,000 metres, which is significantly under the New Zealand secondary school record, which is held by Matt Baxter at 8:15. So no doubt, actually that's the senior boys record at 8:15, but he'll be chasing the junior boys record, which I believe is held by an Aucklander he's from Pakuranga, and his name is, let me just find it here in the program, junior boys track, Alfie Steedman, Westlake Boys ran 8:27 in 2022, so that'll be the goal for young Sam Ruth from Tauranga Boys College when they takes place in that event. There'll be a few records under threat, and it's quite interesting going down through the record book. We've got records here dating almost 25 years. Mark Cadell, junior boys, he ran 10.88 in the 100 and 21.52 back in 1990. That was the year of the Commonwealth Games, and he was just a junior boy back in those days. And senior boys, again, there's some very, very old records. Richard Potts from St John's College in Hastings in 1989. He ran 3:46.92. Now, there's been a lot of athletes have come through and run a lot quicker than Richard, but he managed to do it on the day at the championship event, and that's what stands out. It's not necessarily who's got the fastest time during the season, it's who actually performs on the day, and that's what makes a championship athlete.
That's right, and I just glanced down the field there before, and Jeff Shaw's record for the steeplechase goes back to 1975, so he's going to be celebrating the half century if nobody goes quicker than 5:52.9 for the 2,000 metre steeplechase, representing Northcote College, and he's continued to have a keen involvement in New Zealand schools athletics down the years.
He has. It's what's impressive. That's the year I was born, Kevin. So I can relate to how old that record is. I'll be 50 next year, and many athletes have tried to break that record over the years. I remember Bradley Barron from Tauranga College, who went to the World Youth Games in Debrecen in Hungary on the same team as Valerie Adams, and he gave that record a crack. I know Duncan Ross from Wanganui was probably another name that tried to break that record. He couldn't get there either. I'm trying to think what other. Brian Bothwell, he from Westlake Boys, he would have attempted to break that record. He went on to have a very successful steeplechase career running for the University of Portland on a running scholarship. So we've had a proud history of steeplechases over the years. Obviously, we've had Peter Renner, 8:14, who had the record for a long time before it was broken quite recently by Geordie Beamish, but Beamish only picked up the steeplechase in recent years. So very, very proud history of the steeplechase over the years, and very impressive to see Jeff still hanging in there, which is great.
Yeah. I think he'd be quite happy to see it go, really, to be honest. Knowing Jeff, he'd be think, well, I did that, and it's time somebody else had their name in the record book. But it's a matter of, it's a bit of a who's who, the New Zealand records and New Zealand schools. I'm just glancing at the senior boys field. Jack O'Gill, Gavin Lovegrove, Connor Bell, Nigel Park, Glenn Howard. I mean, they're all athletes who competed successfully at school level and went on to have impressive senior and international careers, and we'll see from these championships, from the 1,000 plus athletes, that there will be I'm sure a dozen athletes who we see going on to truly international representation. Yeah,
that's right, Kevin. There are a lot of Olympians there on the records, but equally there's actually a lot of Olympians who didn't succeed at secondary school level, but actually peaked later on in their career and did go on to make Commonwealth Games, Olympics. So, if you are a young athlete and you didn't make the final at this level, a lot of athletes do peak when they're older and they start to train more and develop more, and there's been a lot of athletes over the years who are pretty average at secondary school level, but then they turn senior and they get a new coach and a training environment that suits them, and lots of opportunities for athletes these days.
We're still waiting for a little bit of action in the senior boys javelin. These athletes won't be perturbed by that. They're sort of gently going through there. You can see them there. They're doing a little shuffle and a little side throw, and there's some there. Obviously, a moment or two ago, doing a little bit of measuring of their run up. So we'll expect them to be getting underway very shortly. And it looks as if it's a bit the pole vaulters are getting to the serious stage. The crossbar is now the metal one, not the flexi rope, rubber based. That allows them to not be injured in any way as they knock it down, and they're just doing a little bit of a measurement. They'll measure it both at obviously the measurement at the side, but they're also measuring it at the centre, which is the key one, isn't it?
That's right. It's always measured from the centre, but I think they also measure from the side too. But look, great to see athletes from all over Aotearoa here today. A significant number have come down from Tamaki Makaurau to compete here in Timaru, and I know a lot of athletes will be, especially in their final year of their high school schooling, will be looking to push on and hopefully run or perform at a level that might get them a scholarship to Whananga or America, a university in America. It's very much a pathway these days for New Zealanders, particularly for field event and the long distance runners, where they tend to have an advantage over maybe the Americans, who tend to be a bit quicker at the sprint events. But we have seen some top sprinters go to America too over the years. Just a great event, great weather, and looking forward to the next 2.5 days of action.
Just over onto the right of your screen there, you'll have seen that the athletes lined up, and they'll be the junior women's high jumpers, and they're about to get underway. We won't be covering too many of the junior events. There's a focus at these championships on the senior results. The juniors will have their year to come, really. So, but you'll be a little bit involved, obviously, a little intensely this morning. Carl, you were watching your daughter compete.
Yeah, she runs for Long Bay College in Tamaki Makaurau. She very happy to make it through to the semi-finals. There were 24 athletes, and they cut down to 16 for the semi-finals tomorrow, and then she'll be trying to qualify for the final, which will be the top 8 athletes. But it was good to see girls from all over New Zealand compete over the 800.
Yeah, Joan Merrill's giving instructions there at the javelin. Joan, an Otago official and former president of Athletics New Zealand, and has had a lifetime service to the sport. And that's one of the features, I think, of a number of the officials that are here, that it's not just for a decade or while their kids are competing. It really becomes a life of service, really.
It does. I had to scratch my daughter from the 400 metres, and I was speaking to the gentleman in the official room, and I said, "You look familiar." And his name was Andrew Stark. He was a 148 800 metre runner back in the day, and still looking pretty fit. I think he even said he ran 2 minutes and 3 seconds as a Masters athlete when he was, I think he said he was 50 when he ran that, but maybe I misheard that.
Very likely you didn't. I think that probably would be very true for Andrew here. And he continues to serve well as President of Athletics Canterbury. I think he's now, and in fact, Deputy Vice President of Athletics New Zealand, or Vice President of Athletics New Zealand, and will pick up the honoured role of President at, I think, probably the next AGM.
It's a great way to recognise these stalwarts of the sport who volunteer huge amount of hours, whether it's coaching, officiating, You know, it's like I said earlier, such a labour-intensive sport, and it's just fantastic that these people give back to a sport that they got so much enjoyment from when they were competitors themselves.
Right, so the pole vault action, I think, just about to get underway. And you've got listed on the screen there now the two senior girl pole vaulters, Talia Vorster from Rangitoto College in Auckland, and Isla Martin Mackenzie from Marion College in Christchurch. So just the two senior pole vaulters, but there are a nice little crop of junior girl pole vaulters who I suspect will be competing at the same time, but we'll just wait to see how this unfolds. Yep, comfortable first clearance.
Pole vault's been quite a popular event for New Zealanders over the years. I remember when it was first introduced for women, and we had Melinda Hamilton and Jenny Dryborough represent New Zealand, and Jenny Dryborough is here today. Her daughter Mackenzie's running the 100 and the 200 for Rangitoto College, and it's a sport that's obviously provided inspiration for younger athletes, and we've seen more good pole vaulters come through, including Eliza McCartney and the other North Harbour Bay's athletic members who've also competed in the pole vault too. Olivia McTaggart is another one.
That was Eva Smith from Lincoln High School, just trotting back very happily after a clearance. So 205 I think probably is going to be within the scope of most of these athletes, and we'll see the bar continue to move up in the course of the competition.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these athletes are comfortably clearing the bar. They can elect to pass if they want to and save energy for the higher bar setting, but often they like to get some, I guess, runs on the board, get some practice jumps in, give them that confidence for when they do push the bar higher. They've actually, they've got that confidence in achievement, I guess. But it is a risk because it's you got to, keep composure, but also retain your energy and maximise those energy levels throughout the potentially 1 hour worth of pole vaulting, depending on how many attempts each athlete does.
Yep, so we're having another clearance. That may well have been Amelia Mackenzie, but I'll just check. 5:05. No, it's in fact it was Amelia Mackenzie from Pakuranga College in Auckland. Good to see the large number. You're coming down from the province up north, and it requires a commitment from both family and the athlete really to make it here.
Yeah, that's right. There's no direct flights to Timaru from Auckland, so you've either got to fly to Wellington, then onwards to Timaru, or fly to Christchurch and drive the 2 hours down. But look, I think the sacrifice is worth it. We're here now. It's beautiful weather. The athletes are enjoying it. It's a reason to come to Timaru. My daughter from Auckland, Tamaki Makarol, for example, probably wouldn't have come to Timaru if it wasn't for the Track and Field Nationals here this weekend. And I remember, we're talking offline before, as a young athlete, competing in locations like Fielding and Te Kuiti. Sport does take you to places that you wouldn't normally get to.
No, and that was Martha Lipros of Queen's High School in Dunedin. So these girls all looking pretty comfortable at 2:05, and we probably thought that anyway, didn't we, Carl?
That's right.
Right, the javelin about to get underway. The senior boys, and first up, number 362, Tyler Bratley from Lincoln High School, just outside Christchurch. And there we have got the list of the competitors in this senior boys javelin. We have another one of the Cook Island competitors, Retire Daniel, competing in this event. And a little group of them sitting in the grandstand there before. Obviously, this is be a big trip if you're coming from the Cook Islands to Timaru. I have a suspicion that on that first throw, Tyler may well have stepped over the line. They didn't show much interest in measuring it. So still, he's got 2 more chances to go. It's sort of commentator's nightmare, this one, but we can probably guess that that's Antoni Small of Sancta Maria College. Doesn't have a number on. That's always a commentator's challenge, isn't it?
It is, and doesn't appear to be a uniform for a particular school either, just wearing plain black there, but looks like there's a race underway. Maybe is that a 3,000 metres?
3,000 metres, yes, junior boys, is it?
Junior boys.
Well, it might looks like girls on this
girls,
occasion.
I think, yeah.
Junior girls, yep. Yep, it's a straight final, this 3,000 metre event for junior girls. It'll be followed by the junior boys. Harrison Crosterdale of St Patrick's Silverstream. Some of these uniforms are sort of, you've got to know over the years, don't you? They're all blue of Silverstream.
Yeah, it's a school I used to compete against a lot back in the day. Some very good athletes have come out of St Patrick's Silverstream, probably the Waldron brothers. I mentioned Tom earlier, but also Scott Waldron was a pretty handy athlete himself, played for the All Blacks, played rugby for New Zealand Sevens. Simon Mannix was a first 5 for the All Blacks a long time ago. Aitken Stowers was a javelin champion at New Zealand secondary school level and went to World Juniors.
Right, the bar has gone up to 220, and that's proved a little bit of a challenge to Eva Smith from Lincoln High School, but she'll be back for another attempt, no doubt. Probably the pole vault is the one event probably is the most energy sapping, I suspect, of all of the events, really. I mean, you can be competing as the bar goes up with 3 attempts at each height. We know that it tends to last a long while. That was 5:05. Amelia McKenzie from Aorangi College. But it does stretch out over not. I would imagine that these girls, by the time they've done their warm up, and they've been out there for nearly 2 hours, I would suspect.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. And just looking at some of the competitors there, they're kind of standing around in the sun, rather than maybe sitting down in the shade. So, don't underestimate how warm it is here today in Timaru.
Right, we'll be coming back for another go for Isla Vic from Kashmir High School in Christchurch.
So to put this into perspective, the athletes right now are attempting to vault over a height of 2.20 metres. Hamish Kerr, the gold medalist at the Olympics for New Zealand, has high jumped 2.37 metres, I believe. Does that sound right? 2.38. So it really puts in perspective when you hear these sort of heights. But look, these girls are probably giving pole vault a go for the first time. Maybe this is their second year doing pole vault, so it's really good to see.
And that's a nice character, and it's not a long run up they're having either. That was Martha Lipros from Queen's just clearing the bar there. Yeah, it's quite hard, isn't it? Sometimes it's only when you actually look at the official standing beside the pole vault, or for that matter the high jump, that you actually get a perspective of just really what was the enormity of Hamish Kerr's performance at the Olympic Games this year.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic performance, and he could have taken the easy way out and maybe taken the co-gold medal like the previous Olympics, but he elected to go for gold, and he defeated his American rival and won the gold outright. So, you know, 2 metres 38 is 7'9" in the empirical measurement, so it's pretty high.
Out on the track, we have the junior girls 3,000 metres event taking place. We had a good lineup of athletes for this event. Probably won't see too much of the action there. Our focus will be on the field. Just glancing down the program and noting that later on this afternoon, the junior and senior boys, well, the junior boys senior event will take place shortly, but the senior boys due to get underway around about 4:30. Has 2 fields really, race 1 and race 2 of around 23-25 in each. It's a very popular event, isn't it?
Very popular event, and yeah, it's just good to see Westlake boys taking part here in the javelin. Number 964, so that was Oliver Chung, born in 2008, seeded with 36 metres. Some tough competition today. Tyler Brantley from Lincoln with a mark of 57 metres, 13 centimetres will be one of the men to beat alongside Keegan Sharkley from St. Pat's Silverstream.
Javelin throwers preparing. Always one of the challenges for javelin throwers. I have some sympathy for them on the track. Really, they've got to wait until there's a gap and before they go. They don't have too much time to prepare for that one way and another.
Oscar Stevenson from Darfield High School, quite a famous school. Aaron Stone now lives in Auckland these days. He was probably one of the head boy, I think, back at Darfield back in the day in the early 2000s, but Oscar today competing in the senior boys javelin, throwing the 700 gram implement.
And the final competitor in this first round, Retire Daniel from the Cook Islands, number 190. Well, he sent the officials looking further down the track, hasn't he? That's a big throw from the young lad from the Cook Islands, Retire Daniel. I think he will have caused a little bit of a stir amongst the field. He'll have probably been something of an unknown to the other competitors.
Yeah, Cook Islands or Rarotonga, very small island, only 30 kilometres around, and been a lot of good athletes come out of Rarotonga over the years and reside here in New Zealand.
And clearing in the pole vault, number 521, Lucy Nags of Papanui High School in Christchurch. The bar still at 2.20 metres. One or two athletes are having a second attempt at this height before the bar will move up. In fact, that bar is just gone up by the look of it. 235. Now that's going to test them a little bit more, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Kevin, that's a significant difference. It might not seem that much when you have a ruler out, but when it's up in the air, it's just that extra 15 centimetres. Mentally, it can be quite a tough thing to get your head around. So especially if the athlete hasn't vaulted that height before. So it takes a lot of confidence. But here we see the next athlete approaching the bar. Nice, easy.
Oh, no.
Geez, I was about to say it was a clearance, but it wasn't.
No. That was Ashley Hazlitt from Cashmere High School, who'll feel a bit frustrated. One of those skills, of course, is not just getting up there, but making sure that as happened on that occasion, that the pole does not follow you.
That's right, you need that momentum in the run-up to give you that speed to move in a forward trajectory, and but also you have to multitask with pushing the bar behind you, and I guess that's one of the things that athletes have to think about at this level compared to, say, the world's leading athletes, because at the top end the bar is actually, their pole is below the bar for the world-class athletes, and they're having to push higher than the height of their bar. But at this level, the actual pole itself typically tends to be higher than the bar, so it's a real emphasis on pushing the pole backwards, as you said, so it doesn't come forward and knock the bar off.
Yep, that's an abandoned one. And a bit of discomfort, I think, probably, is that's athlete number 505, which was Amelia McKenzie from Puckolding College. She'll go back and have a rethink about what's required. The bar coming down on you is just an unpleasant experience, really. Quite nice to see the fields lining up and being acknowledged, really, when they are preparing for an event. Just not a matter of just turning up at the circle or at the end of the run-up and getting into it, but yeah, this is an event where, in fact, we're all lining up together, and the sense of occasion, really.
Yes, that's right, Kevin. It's look, it's a big occasion for these athletes today. It's for a lot of these athletes, it'll be their first time at nationals, but then for other athletes, it'll be their last time representing their school. They might have already finished their exams, and they're wearing the school uniform for the very last time before they enter the big bad world out there, and maybe heading off to university or doing an apprenticeship, or maybe they're having a gap year before they embark on employment. Here we see the next athlete approaching the bar, and well over the bar for number 105, and that's Pera Gordon from Cashmere High School in Christchurch. Has a personal best height of 2.85 meters, so she should be finding 2.35 meters reasonably comfortable. This is half a metre below her best, and she made it look very easy.
Yep, and just keeping in mind that this is a combined event with the junior girls and senior girls both jumping, and I see the two senior girls are comfortably 3 metre competitors under normal circumstances. They've got bests of 320 and 341 this year, and so we probably be sometime there. Talia Royster's record so far. She's passed. Well, it looks as if she's passing until, is that the way we would read that, until she's coming in at 310? That would be the way I think. And Isla Martin McKenzie, 235 clearance. So she was wanting to get into competition soon enough, wasn't she?
Yeah, that's very impressive. It's good to see these athletes strategically planning their events, and I guess making sure they retain the energy levels for the higher marks.
No, in fact, the last jumper was in fact Isla Martin McKenzie from Marion College, and the javelin throwers continue in action. Can't always tell from the athlete's response as they walk back whether in fact it actually would have been the throw they wanted, though, can you?
Yeah, these young kids these days, they tend to play a bit of a poker face and try and keep it cool, but also there's a few mind games going on against their competitors. Do they pass on a mark? Do they have a crack at their third attempt, or maybe hold off to the next height. And one event I'm looking forward to this weekend is the senior boys 800 metres. A lot of good runners over the years have competed in the 800. Jason Stewart went to the Olympics in 2004. I know Tom Osborne, Whanganui Collegiate, went to World Juniors. And Brad Mathis, another one in the Olympics, has also competed. A lot of these runners now are playing golf now, Kevin. I know Jason Stewart, he shot an 80 at Wolf Creek recently in Mesquite, Nevada, and I know Tom Osborne, he's down to about a 16-17 handicap these days, but I did manage to clean him up at Howick recently, so he's obviously got a bit of work to do.
Well, and Tony Smell of St Maria College. Number 298, Kyle Searle of Huroniri College in North Canterbury. And that's really the great thing about these championships. Here's a country school in North Canterbury. 45k, probably north of Christchurch. I suspect serious athlete. He will come into Christchurch to compete on a regular basis, but he's essentially a rural kid.
And that's a good thing about a sport like athletics. You don't need to be in a team of 15 rugby players or 11 footballers to make it nationals. If you're at a small school, you can still come along and compete as an individual, and there's actually no disadvantage at all. And that's why it's so good to see. That's probably why there is 180 schools represented, and a lot of those schools will only have one athlete competing this weekend. But then there will be schools like Westlake Boys, Westlake Girls, Rangitoto, Tamaki Mataro. They will have brought up a large contingent of athletes, and usually it comes down to having a teacher that is passionate or has an active interest in that sport, and quite often can drive success at that school level. No doubt you would have seen that, Kevin, over the years. Sometimes often just takes one or two teachers to really push a sport, and it makes a big difference.
So Cade Westbrook, senior javelin out. Cade from Wellington College. They're all pretty nonchalant, aren't they, really? They've flighted it out there and just wait and see. It's he won't be pleased with that because he's just got a foul for that, but one suspects that he stepped over the line.
And looks like the might be the junior boys 3,000 metres happening in the background, and there'll be a lot of eyes, I mentioned earlier, on Sam Ruth, who's obviously doubling up this weekend, running the 800 as well. So he'll be looking to conserve energy, but whether he decides to go for the record or just take the wins in the individual events, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But 3,000 metres in this heat won't be easy for these young lads.
No. I was chatting to his coach earlier today. Craig Kirkwood has got quite a wee team going with him now. Jonathan Thompson about to throw. It's flighted out, certainly well over the 40-metre mark. We mentioned that Gavin Lovegrove still holds the senior boys javelin record. I'll just touch the Gavin Lovegrove, Hillcrest High School, 1984. So years ago that record was set at 73.74.
Yeah, very impressive, and I know Gavin Lovegrove was very instrumental in creating the rankings list on the Athletics New Zealand website. Not sure if it's still involved with that, but a very great resource for athletes to see where they're ranked on either annual level or an all-time list, and it's always interesting. But here comes Keegan Sharkley in the javelin 700 gram. Looks like he's well out beyond 40 metres. Not sure if he's happy with that. He's touching his right bicep. Hopefully there's no injuries there from the athlete from St. Pat's Silverstream in Upper Hutt.
Certainly throwing the javelin can actually jar quite significantly into, well, I think probably around both, both in terms of your foot placement, in terms of delivery, and obviously the power that you put through in terms of your throwing arm. And he just felt that a little bit, but seemed cheerful enough. And there's his distance on the board there at 52.18.
The runners in the junior boys 3,000 metres really split up now. There are big gaps forming, and must only be a couple of laps to go. Haven't heard the bell being rung yet. But next athlete from Wellington College, very proud college. A lot of good athletes have come out of Wellington College over the years. All Blacks, All Whites, and athletics representatives. It's great. Good throw of the javelin there over the 40-metre mark. He'll be hopefully happy with that. Yep. George Gray.
Interestingly enough, he waited there just to see how things went, and I think the wee shake of the head means that probably there's more to come.
Athlete number 152 coming forward now from Christchurch Boys High School. Bill Quigley has a seeded mark of 45 metres, and he'll be looking to replicate that right now and try and get into one of the medal positions, which probably might take a throw of over 50 metres to get into the medals, looking at the seedings here today. But the great thing about a sport like javelin, it is possible if he does everything right and everything his coach has been telling him. And just over the 40-metre mark, I think, there for Bill Quigley. Doesn't seem too unhappy. Let's wait for the final number there for Bill.
Yep, he's just listening there to what the figure relayed was. Yeah, you're probably quite right there. I think he'll be happy enough with that as a throw in this round.
Athlete number 596, Leo Paldrick from Orangi College. Another proud school from Wellington. Good to see a number of Wellington schools competing here today in the javelin. No doubt would have been a tight contest at the Wellington Secondary Schools Championships, and now they get to compete again here in sunny Timaru. The very strong competition down in Wellington, the McKevity Shield, which is competed by the top boys' schools down there: St. Pat's Town, St. Pat's Silverstream, Orangi College, Wellington College. I believe Scots College have been in that competition in recent years and have an amazing atmosphere for that event. And I remember back in the day, a lot of athletes would actually remain at school for their 6th year just so they could compete at the McKevity Shield. It had that much prestige and the atmosphere was that amazing that they wanted to compete for their school. But Oliver Tuhi in the javelin there for Whanganui Collegiate. Let's see what he did. Did he make it over 40 metres? He did, 41 metres on the dot, so that exceeded his seeded mark of 40 metres and 23 centimetres. So he'll be very happy with that. It's the bell now in the junior boys 3,000 metres, and they're really going for it now and to see who can win the gold medal.
And those results you're able to pick up on Athletics Live, which is a very helpful and comprehensive coverage of this meet, and probably sits alongside our commentary, I think, Carl, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right. It's Oh, another good throw there. Looks like maybe Westlake boys recognise that uniform, number 964, Oliver Chung. Looks like in the junior boys 3,000 metres, Leo Demonchi is going to take the win. He's got a clear lead. And a good battle for second, third and fourth coming down now. Sounds like could be a photo finish there in the junior boys 3,000 metres. And like Kevin said, those results will be online. We are giving preference to the senior events at this championship for the broadcast, because the senior athletes will be there. A lot of them will be there last year, but the juniors will have opportunity to compete as seniors when they're older.
Gabriel Dickerson from Aorangi. End of the second round, isn't it? We're coming to the conclusion of. Throw there over 46 metres, so that puts him certainly to the fore on this event. And I was very impressed by the first throw on the competition for retired Daniel. Oscar Stevenson gets a foul call. That's probably going to be for two reasons. One is he stepped over the mark, or secondly he didn't make a mark that they could discern on the field where the javelin landed. So retire Daniel coming in for his throw.
Significant elevation, gets the javelin really high. Sort of actually reminds me of quite a few golfers. I was actually playing golf this morning at Pleasant Point, and a few pitching wedges go quite high like that and come down, but actually for the javelin you probably because you're looking to maximise distance, you probably want to be a little bit more flatter on the throw. If I think back to the days of Gavin Lovegrove, geez, he was an exceptional athlete up against the athletes from Finland and Sweden who tended to dominate the javelin back then. Now we've actually seen athletes from Kenya of all places dominate in the javelin. So it's good to see, and even India, I think India and Pakistan have done very well recently in the men's javelin.
I see Retire stepped across the track just to have a word to obviously coach or teammates, and 53 metres certainly puts him right up there in this competition. Even if we do both think probably he got done, I think he would agree. A little bit too much elevation on that one. Here I've got the boys' javelin throw and the best performances so far. And Tony Smale of St Maria College. Retired Daniel lying in third place with 53.92.
Interesting to see a couple of no marks there, but look, it is tough. You've got to have your foot behind the line, but also you need to also make sure that that the javelin stays within the marked area on the infield. So accuracy does play a part in the javelin. It's not just brutal strength. There's a lot of technique involved. And up next, athlete number 623, Anthony Smale from Sancta Maria, currently leading the competition.
And that's going to be up there over the 50 metre mark.
Special mention again to our commercial partners, Whakata Māori. Great to see the broadcast here today on their network. Bailey's, Caltex, Apollo Projects and New Zealand Carbon Farming. without these sponsors or commercial partners, we wouldn't be bringing you this broadcast today. So hopefully, if you're a parent back home watching your child compete, or grandparent, hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast today. Just saw on screen Antoni Smile over 60 metres with a throw of 61.11 metres, so currently leading the competition here in the senior boys javelin.
Yes, he certainly sent out the challenge to anybody else in this field, hasn't he, with that throw?
That's right, and looking back last year in the javelin, Blaine Knapman from St. Pat Silverstream won with a distance of 56.39 metres, so we've already seen athletes today throw over that mark, but it will be tough to get out to that record. We touched on it earlier. Gavin Lovegrove back in 1984 threw 73 metres, competing for Hillcrest High School out of Hamilton.
Quite interesting watching some of these athletes coming in, sort of a languid run up on that particular occasion, but a very fast arm. So there are a number of dimensions to put together in a javelin to actually get that flight as you would want it. You can see the grip there, around the handle and the centrepiece there. Obviously well balanced in terms of making what you do, and then
yeah, that's right, and wind can obviously play a part too in an event like the javelin. There is a slight breeze out there today, just looking at the trees and some of the outdoor teardrop flags. That will also play a factor as to how they throw the javelin and how they release it. Jonathan Thompson, great technique, watching him come up the runway.
And they're throwing probably into a slight, I think I'm just trying to read that at the moment. Maybe the wind has changed a fraction. Maybe the breeze is, looking at the flags out there, has got a sort of easterly, southeasterly touch to it, which probably javelin throwers probably prefer a slight headwind to throw into, isn't it? It sort of enables the javelin to hold up in the air that little bit further, and means that the distance is improved.
Yeah, it's quite counterintuitive if you think of other events. If you hit a golf ball, or if you're running, for example, a wind at your back is preferred. But in an event like the javelin, a slight headwind, I think, just holds the javelin up. No different to I guess surfing. If you think surfing, you want offshore winds to hold the waves up as well. It's the same concept, though, I guess.
Keegan Sharkey, seeing if he can improve on his previous performances, and I suspect he has. Still flexing that shoulder, but it seems cheerful enough. Well, that's a decisive improvement, isn't it?
It is. That's almost 10 metres and roughly 20%. So that's pretty impressive improvement for Keegan. And I guess looking at his qualifying mark, 59 metres, he's probably got even more room for improvement yet. Assuming that's the 700 gram implement.
Another throw in excess of 50 metres, I think. George Gray, we'll wait and see. He came into this competition with a personal best indicating over the 52 metre mark, so we would look for him to be improving on what in fact is the result on the scoreboard, and well and truly done as well. 12-metre improvement this time, Carl. It's all happening down there.
Yeah, you have to wonder if conditions have actually changed, because it's not just one athlete that's improved. Here we move to the women's pole vault. The bar at 2 metres 80. And that was athlete 105, Pera Gordon from Cashmere High School, qualified with 2 metres 85, so she's almost at her height. And Bill Quigley in the javelin, can he improve on his 41 metre 26 in the first round? Looks like he might have improved on 41 metres, just waiting for the officials. They no longer bring the tape out anymore. It seems to be I think it's a sort of a laser measurement tool they use, and means very accurate results and quite timely. And there we go, 46 metres 31 for Bill Quigley. So great result for the athlete out of Christchurch Boys High School.
And a nice clearance in the pole vault. We might be able to come back to that shortly. Well, I think we're going to have to conclude that the weather conditions have improved markedly.
Yes.
With the consistent improvement that we've had in this, I believe, the third round.
Looks like it's drinks at the cricket at the moment. England's 217 for 5 with H. Brook on 104 not out. So the Black Caps got probably evenly poised game actually in the cricket, being played at the Basin Reserve. But Leo Powdrell coming now forward in the men's javelin, 42 metres in the first round. Looks like he might have overstepped the mark there, not happy with his throw. That's okay, but he'll have another attempt after a foul in round 2.
The head shake tells it all, really. It didn't. He knew on release that one wasn't going where it needed to.
The good thing about javelin, he'll have another opportunity very shortly to improve on his opening throw. And now we have number 1014, Oliver Tuhi from Whanganui College.
I'm just glancing at the pole vault, the bar up to 2.80, so edging towards the 3 metre mark, which will probably test the juniors, but our 2 senior competitors have cleared that height comfortably this summer.
Westlake Boys, Oliver. Oliver Chung, I think it was, just through the javelin there. I recognised him from earlier today. Born in 2007.
Right.
Just moments ago in the women's pole vault, Isla, well over the bar, 2 metres 80. Fantastic performance there by Isla Vick from Cashmere High School.
Real bounce as she landed as well, wasn't it? It tells you all.
Gabrielle Dickerson, Ronkilly College. First round 46 metres 39. Can he improve on that mark in round 2? Breeze definitely picking up, looking at the 10th there on the screen. Just waiting for that official mark to come through. And 41 metres 22 for Gabrielle Dickerson on the senior boys javelin. Up next in the javelin, we have Oscar Stevenson from Darfield High School. From South Canterbury. I drove past Darfield coming today, saw the signs. Famous golf course, Hororata Golf Course, not far from Darfield, home of Stone family, Aaron Stone. He's able to compete in many championships over the years. Not many athletes from Darfield come through, but good to see Oscar competing here at this national championship.
So retired Daniel from the Cook Islands. Again, coping with 3,000 metre competitors moving around the track. He'll want to step back a bit, I suspect. Just waiting until he gets a wee chance to not interfere with that event and flight his own javelin out. Throws registered, but it's not advancing in terms of distance. His already best throw of over 53 metres. Of Wanganui Collegiate. Yes, he'll be pleased with that. Out to 45.19. So that gives him a much better chance of making it into the final 3 rounds of throws.
Tyler Bratley competing for Lincoln High School. Great release. Looks like he might have just stayed inside the mark, but unfortunately might just be outside the zone for Tyler Bratley. So that'll be a foul or a no throw, as it's called in javelin.
Good to see the fist pump there, though, as he comes out from fellow competitors. And it might have been a foul throw. He knew it was, but nonetheless, he's still in contention.
Yeah, great to see the camaraderie between the athletes. A lot of them are based in geographically dispersed locations. But here comes Anthony Smale. Sancta Maria with the leading individual right now. Can he get over the 61 metre mark? Not sure he's quite there, but still be enough to lead the competition with his round, with his score, his mark, sorry, in round 2.
Sorry? What's that? What do you want? Petra Gordon from Cashmere High School, 290. Well, it does come down for her on that occasion. So there are 7 competitors in the junior girls pole vault. Lillian Bing of Belladine College holds the record at 3:51, 3.15 metres. the Bing family have got prominence in the Auckland athletics scene, Carl?
Yes. It's, the running scene's very strong in a number of actually cities around New Zealand at the moment. Obviously Tamaki Makaurau, Wellington, but also Canterbury and some of the smaller towns. Probably Tauranga with Craig Kirkwood, local Timaru boy, represented New Zealand at the marathon at the 2002 Commonwealth Games in Manchester. It's got a great stable of athletes in Tauranga. Hayden Wild, the triathlete, but also Sam Tanner, who would have competed at this championship event when he was at school, and now coaching Sam Ruth, the son of Ben Ruth, who was again another very good athlete.
Jonathan Thompson. Been nothing but consistent. He may well have actually improved this time. We'll just wait to see. The results these days with the electronic measuring is really instantaneous, isn't it? There's no sort of ups-a-daisy. There it is. There you are. Look, it's right up there already.
And two identical marks there too, the first round and the third round, down to the exact centimetre, and then three within 35 centimetres. So very consistent series of throws there. And looks like next on the track we might have the women's 400 metres. If that's it is the 400 metres. Just wait to see if it's the junior girls or the senior girls.
By the program, it would appear to be the senior girls.
Okay, they're off in the false start in the 400 metres. They'll come back.
Let's hope it's not one of the red cards that go up.
Yeah, the rules have changed a few years ago now, but the athletes used to have one opportunity to false start. But yes, you're right, it is the senior girls 400 metres. We've got Maddie Waddell, daughter of Rob Waddell from St. Peter's School. Rob obviously well known as a gold medalist rower, Team New Zealand America's Cup, Waikato Rugby NPC. But Maddie, the daughter, now is really flying the flag for the family, and she set a New Zealand record competing at the World Juniors. I believe they were in Chile recently. I think she might have run about 53 seconds from memory. So,
and the start list is just up there in front of you. So. Field of 7 as they go through these 400 metre preliminaries. 3 heats. So they're just waiting patiently to get the all clear. I think we've still got all 7 still there.
It looks like it is, which is great to see. A long way to come to Timaru, and if you miss the start because of a false start, it's tough to take. So getting ready now for the first heat of the senior girls 400 metres here in Timaru.
The official walks across the track. I couldn't quite pick up the colour of the card, but if they're all there, that's all okay.
There'll be different strategies in this race. The top-seeded girls will be looking to conserve energy for the semi-finals and the final, whereas the other athletes who are kind of, more marginal, they'll be looking to run personal bests right now, and hopefully they can achieve either an automatic qualifying spot or a biggest leader. But there we go, another false start, and the officials will now come in and review the footage and just to see who might have jumped the gun there.
And sometimes it's just a technical. It's not necessarily the athletes. There may well be something technical there that's not quite as they would want it to be.
Yes, that's right. Technology is great when it's working well, but often technology can fail, and we'll just wait to see how the judges convene on that second start.
We can see a little conversation between the 3 key officials there, making a deliberation. No hint from any of the athletes that things were haywire with them.
Right, third attempt now for the senior girls 400 metres heats.
So we can assume, I think, Carl, that it was a technical difficulty with the starting equipment. But away this time.
Away this time in the 400 metres, and they remain in their lanes for the first 100 metres, and already we can see Maddie Waddell out there in lane 5, I think, moving forward, and they remain in their lanes for the whole 400 metres.
What a very fluent runner she is, isn't she, as she goes down the back straight and into the top bend.
Athletes coming around the bend now, sort of 180 metres to go, and Maddie Waddell out in front, running for St Peter's School out of Cambridge, qualified 53.50, which is a New Zealand record for under 18 females, and coming up the straight now, looking very comfortable and relaxed, and she'll look to shut things down now to conserve energy. And there we see coming past the Bailey signage, Maddie Waddell, St Peter's School.
Yep, easing up as she goes through the line, and here Sasha Kilmister in the inside from Capital College. And I think down on lane 1, it would appear to be Rebecca Pratton from Cashmere High School was next time, but we'll wait for official results to go up there. Good handshakes all round and acknowledgements, and they go across to the results tent to record their name. I see there's been that is going to be the largest field of out of the 3 heats. So probably means a reduced round of preliminaries for these girls, and I'll be very pleased to have that.
Yeah, there are some athletes today having to do 3 rounds, heats, semi-finals, finals, and it is a big advantage if you can just go from a heat to a final, especially in a really tough event like the 400. But there's the results there, automatic qualifier, Maddie Waddell, 56.86. That'll feel pretty comfortable for her. That's 3 seconds outside her personal best. But for an athlete like her, probably early season, she'll be looking to peak come March for the New Zealand Athletic Track and Field Champs. Second, Sasha Kilmister, Kapiti College, 58.78. Paige Scannell, Sacred Heart Girls College, 60.40. Rebecca Pratton, Cashmere High School, lane 3, Kate Wharton, St Cuthbert's in Auckland. Lane 5, Ruby Simon, Christchurch Girls High School, and in lane 7, Gazelle Kenworthy from Wellington Girls.
So a wee bit of a challenge looks as if they may well have in fact reduced. Must have been a further scratching, I suspect, Carl. When I look at that fuel there, if they've reduced 4.
Yes, they have. Yes, it looks like they've gone from 3 heats down to 2, which is good. It's more competition. The lanes are full, and it means if you're out in the outside lane, you'll have athletes right inside you, as opposed to having gaps within the lanes as you're running around. And having that awareness of an athlete near you does actually gives you a bit more urgency if you can feel an athlete right behind you, or if there's one just in front of you, they might actually help you pull you along. Getting ready now in the second heat of the senior girls. Here will be athlete Kate Borton from St Cuthbert's with 56.55. At the same time as Maddie Waddell's winning time in the first heat.
Again, good pace at the front of the field.
Yep, moving very fast, very congested heat. All athletes are pretty much on screen. There we go. Coming around the bend, obviously there's staggers involved, so if you're in lane 8, you've got to run wide, and you have a head start at the start, but then when you all come together up the home straight, but ultimately all athletes run the same distance, and it looks like in lane 1, if we have the heat sheets correctly, it will be, should be maybe Zara Ford from King's College. A little bit hard to see with the uniforms and in the sun. Zara had a seated time of 57 seconds coming into this event. But we'll wait to see the.
It's a very decisive victory, Carl, isn't it, for that? And I suspect for this particular race, if there are only 2 heats, there are going to be the fastest 3 and the first 3, and then the next 2 fastest. But we'll just wait and see what the final outcome for that is. A few scratchings, obviously, in this senior girls 400 metres from what was originally in the program.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they'll take the next fastest too. So it is possible to finish 5th in either the first or second heat and still qualify through for the final. That should take place, I think, on Sunday. Tough event, the 400 metres. Pretty not too many tactics usually involved. Usually it's an all-out sprint for a lot of these athletes, and it's not till you start stepping up to maybe the 800 metres where you tend to be a bit more strategic. But next event, there's the results there from the second heat. Kate Borton actually was just in front of Zara Ford, 56.69 from St Cuthbert's in Auckland. Zara Ford, King's College, also Auckland, 58.53. Ruby Simon, Christchurch Girls High School, 1 minute, 0.15. Georgia McCutcheon, Tatey College, 102.72. Faith Coffin, Craighead Diocesan School, 102.75. Sophie Warren in 6th place at Rolleston College, 1 minute 3 seconds, 0.49. And Gazelle Kenworthy, Wellington Girls College, 106.69. And moving to the women's pole vault, 3 metres 10 is the height we've just been informed, which is very impressive. And just going to take your opportunity now. Just trying to...
and over very impressively as well.
That is a very impressive vault from, look like, the school colours look like Rangitoto College, but I can't see an athlete from...
5'16", in fact it was Talia Vorster.
Sorry, it is, I was staying corrected, Talia Vorster. So Talia Vorster at Rangitoto College, 3 metres and 10 she cleared, has a personal best of 3 metres 41 in the senior girls pole vault. And looking at the records in the pole vault, Olivia McTaggart back in 2017 cleared 4 metres 30, so it's a very hard record to break. She's competed, she's an Olympian. Men's javelin now, number 46. And number 46 was Jonathan Thompson from Auckland Grammar, seeded with 52.37. And there's the results on screen. And Tony Smile, Sancta Maria College, 61.11. Tyler Brantley, Lincoln High School, second. And moving to the next page, good to see 15 or so athletes competing. And we're underway now in the 400 metres men, full field. It looks like in lane 5, and athletes looking very prominent down the back straight. Actually, all athletes are pretty much keeping to the stagger. Actually, it's a very even field, but one athlete definitely in front. We're just looking for the start sheet for this particular race. It is the heat, so this won't be a final. These athletes will need to come back and compete again. Coming up to the home straight now. Clearly in front, holding good form. And the runners in second, third and fourth will be looking to qualify as well for the semi-finals.
Part thereof. That's the senior one. We may have the other bit over here.
So I think we just saw there, that might have been Kahurei Cotterill from King's College. Very impressive seed time of 47.77. Hunter Scott, 49.18. So it looks again where they might have actually changed the fields, because Hunter was supposed to be in heat 3. And in fact, he's running in heat 1. Max Lure, that could be the son of Nathan Lure, top runner back in the day. Cody Armstrong second, 50.93. And we'll just have to wait to see what the results are in the other heats to see who qualifies through to the semi-finals in a very competitive 400 metre senior boys event.
Originally there were 5 heats set down for this. I suspect that, as you've indicated, Carl, that they've reduced it down to 4 heats, and it's a matter of us probably picking up a new start sheet.
Meanwhile, the javelin continues to take place here in Timaru. Gabriel Dickinson has thrown the first round, 46.39 remains his best. Keegan Sharkley, 51.95 in round 2. St. Pat Silverstream athlete. And in the javelin, St. Pat Silverstream. No, I think he might have just put his foot over the mark there, so not happy with that throw. But in moving back to the senior men's 400 metres. On the track now, they're underway. Got 7 athletes on the track there, pretty even start so far. And we'll have to see who shines through on the back straight here in the senior boys 400 metres. Just waiting on updated lists. Since there's been a few scratchings, the heats have changed. Very congested down the back straight. 200 metres to go now. Approaching the home straight. Great. Holding his form very well up the home straight, 50 to go. Looks like Wellington College may be in second place. Top 2 will definitely go through to the next round. So Aorangi Cotterell won the heat there, 50.86. Henry Sevier, Christchurch Boys High School, 51.18. And in third place from St. Bede's College, Isaac Sawal Barbosa, 52.63. Oliver Tuhi, Whanganui Collegiate, 53.16. Fifth place, Aidan Gawley, New Plymouth Boys High School, 53.22. Nate Burke, also from Whanganui Collegiate, 54.66, and Liam O'Riordan Lawler, South Otago High School, 55.87. Ronkelly College. Lane 3, Henry Smith, St. Peter's School. Lane 4, Noah King, Northcote College. Jeff Shaw, Tender Northcote, got the record in the 2,000 metre steeplechase back in 1975. Good to see Northcote College represented today. Lane 5, Harrison Lang, Christ College. Lane 6, Braden Dismeyer, St. Peter's College in Auckland. Lane 7, Matthias Everett, St. Peter's School. And in Lane 8, William Rolfe from St. Peter's College. So under the orders now from the starter, as they very shortly be in their blocks for the 400 metres here. Heat 3 of 4 in Timaru. Currently time required to make the next round is 53.22. So let's see what these athletes can do in Heat 3. Just moving to the pole vault in the women's pole vault. And a clearance over 3 meters 30 for athlete Talia Vorster from Aorangi College on her second attempt. Also cleared 3 meters 10 on her second attempt. But here we are back at the 400 meters third heat. Just a bit of a delay here for the men's 400 metres. Noah King from Northcote College has a PB of 48.4. He'll start as the leading athlete in this third heat. Harrison Lang, 50.14. Should be very prominent also. So just athletes entering the blocks now. And they're underway here in Timaru, third heat of the senior boys 400 metres. Very even start. No one showing out just yet. Maybe Harrison Lang, Christ College, starting to catch up on the stagger. Also Noah King from Northcote College. Coming around with 200 metres to go. Pretty tight field, but hard to call it just yet. Looks like Christ College, Harrison Lang in front. Number 128. And Noah King in second place as they ease up to the line in the 400 metres. I think third might have been lane 7, Matthias Everett from St. Peter's School. So we'll wait to see the results from the third heat of the 400 metres. Currently need to, the quickest loser needs to run 53.22 to make it through to the next round. And Harrison Lang, 50.99 was the winner, followed by Noah King, 51.21. And in third place was William Rolfe from St. Peter's College, 51.44. So those three efforts will definitely make it through. It's the top three in each heat, plus the next 4 best times. Henry Smith from St. Peter's School, 52.60, should also make it through. And Braden Dismayer, PR for him, personal record, 52.82. Also a personal record for Sean Newlands from Roncalli College, 52.97. And Matthias Everett, 53.59 from St. Peter's School. So top 3 will go through to the next round, and we'll just need to see how the final heat goes to see who actually qualifies through as those next 4 best times. It is possible that all 4 best times could come through from the final heat, so we'll just have to wait and see. Athletes lining up again for the 4th heat of the 400 metres. Connell McLean, Westlake Boys, has a PR of 49.69 in lane 3. It's the season's best. He's run that in the last couple of months and under starters orders into the blocks now. Expect George Kennedy, Dulweth School, and Thomas Gowan from Whanganui High School to also be prominent in this event. And it's a clean start here in the 4th heat of the senior boys 400 metres in Timaru. Already we've seen a few athletes move forward. So Ollie Davis out wide is making a strong claim, but also Connor McLean, Westlake boys in lane 3 in the white singlet, is looking very strong as they approach 200 metres to go here in the 400 metres in Timaru. Connor McLean, lane 3, comfortably in the lead. And Ollie Davis, Central Southland College, entered with a 58.21, but he's running a lot quicker than that today, so they'll be the first 2 through over the line. Central Southland College, probably not too far here from Timaru. And we will await the times to see who the next 4 best qualify through for the semi-finals of the senior boys 400 metres. And results coming through now. Connor McLean, 50.28, was first over the line. In second place was Ollie Davis, Central Southland College, 50.51, which is a massive PB for Ollie Davis out of Central Southland. Third, Thomas Gowan, Whanganui High School, 51.91. Who will also go through to the next round. Joshua Smith, Auckland Grammar School, 52.61, also a personal best. We'll have to wait and see whether that is enough to get through as one of the top 4 quickest times. Kieran Lawson, St. Peter's School, 52.72. 6th place was, drum roll please, George Kennedy, Dulworth School in Tamaki Makaurau, 53.12. William Burker's James Hargest College, 54.89. And Oliver Retford, Botany Downs Secondary College, and a time of 57.61. And back to the pole vault. That might be Taylor Vorster. Great clearance over 3 metres and 45 for Taylor Vorster. First attempt as well, so fantastic. Taylor Vorster from Aorangi College. And this might be here again at 3 metres 55 maybe. Let's just wait and see. Can't quite see that. Yes, it is 3 metres 55, first attempt. Not quite for Taylor Vorster, just a bit, I think probably 1 or 2 steps before she knew she wasn't going to do that, so she pulled out of making that attempt, but she will have 2 more attempts at 3 metres 55. Looking outside, it's the breeze might have just died down a little bit. So Taylor Vorster, Aorangi College, they have the benefit of AUT Millennium Track next door to their high school, so an all-weather track. It's just been reopened. It was resurfaced and just opened, I think, last week. So she'll be looking forward to practicing out there. Looking outside our commentary box here, looks like could be the junior girls 400 metres as they run past. So Bill Quigley should qualify there. Gabriel Dixon, 46.39. Let's look at some of the javelin marks coming through. And the junior girls, Pete Seaton Mayo, Nappy Girls High School. Looks like she might be winning her heat of the 400 metres. I imagine Peggy Taylor from Mount Albert Grabber wouldn't have been too far behind. But Gabriel Dickerson is up next in the javelin. And looks like a safe throw. Gabriel from Roncalli College. Just waiting for his measurement to come up on the screen. He's got a personal best of 47.17 and he was 38 metres, 0.53, so his best mark today will be his first throw, which was 46.39 or 152 feet if you measure in the imperial system. Kevin rejoins us after his lunch break. Are you feeling energised, Kevin?
And yeah, it was a welcome. Past 3 in the afternoon, it probably is time for a lunch break, isn't it? All right, so we're obviously into the final round of this senior boys javelin competition. And
it might be Keegan Sharkey. Yeah, that was Keegan Sharkey, St. Pat's Silverstream on the screen just then. Foul for him, so his best mark will be 51.95 in round 2. And we have the athlete now from Cook Islands.
Yes, I've been watching him with interest throughout this competition. He's been lying in, I guess you'd say, middle contention, but he probably needs just a little bit more than the 54.26 to ensure that he does in the middle here, and we'll watch with interest as the Tara Daniel comes in. Well, it's certainly well over the 50-metre mark.
And Kevin, you might know the answer to this. If an international athlete finishes in the top 3, is it true that the fourth athlete or the next New Zealander then takes the medal?
That's right. I think that's it's a given that the athlete gains the medal that they did in the competition. And there we go. He did find that little bit extra. As I'm not sure where that puts him up on the scoreboard further, but 56.50 does in fact throw him into contention for that medal.
Currently sits in 3rd place, 56.50, and in 4th place currently is George Gray, who is up next from Wellington College. Currently the best mark of 54.25 metres, and will need to go an extra 2 metres to get a bronze medal.
But it's possible that the bronze medal will come to him anyway, won't it? He's Sadasi, I think he took a forward roll, which has become a new feature of, yes, he does get the red flag, a feature of the throwers, isn't it? That they do, in fact, explode their final throw and then sort of land on at international level. We see a number of the very top javelin throwers sort of do a sort of swan dive, isn't it, really, to finish their throw movement. Tyler Bratley goes into his final throw of the competition on 56.79. He's got to find 4+ metres to ensure victory, but he's let it go. It hits the dust, but I don't think it's going to change his place. It doesn't. He gets over the 50-metre mark again, which he's been consistently doing. And the final throw of the competition, Carl.
Yes, 61.11. He'll be looking now to exceed that mark. Could be his final competition in a Sancta Maria College uniform.
Yeah, I didn't feel that As soon as he let it go, there was a feeling that, well, this is not going to go further, and he's actually fouled that throw in the end. But not to deny him a gold medal. Senior boys javelin champion, New Zealand Secondary Schools 2024 goes to Anthony Smale. It's been a keenly contested event, this one, hasn't it? There have been a good number of athletes throwing over the 50-metre mark. Anthony Smale was the only one who's been able to manage to get over the 60-metre mark, so a deserved victory for him. And then we go through the full field there now, 9th to 15th there in front of you. And the top 8. Tony Sale, St Maria College, 61.11. Kyle Searle of Huranui College, 43. I'll just try that again, because in fact that was Anthony Smale going to the top, but Tyler Bradley with 56.79 will be the silver medalist. Matai Daniel from the Cook Islands taking third, 56.50. And I believe George Gray from Wellington College with 54.25 will also share a gold medal as a New Zealand competitor.
Currently also the junior girls 400 metres, third heat, and very full field today. See our commentary box, a couple of girls well clear at the front of the field. I think it might be Esme Reid from Barradine College and Emma Very from Palmerston North Girls. The two superior athletes in the third heat of the junior girls 400 metres. Back to the pole vault. Talea Vorster, second attempt, 3 metres 55. And it's another no height for Talea Vorster, Aorangi Toto College on the north shore of Tamaki Makaurau.
355 is, a good competitive height, isn't it, really? So, and then we've got, we just saw their flash on the screen, Isla Martin McKenzie from Marion College, who will gain a silver medal in this championship, and that, in fact, her competition is over, but she's still got the honour of that silver medal. We're going to be joined in the course of this meeting with commentary from Angie Petty, who has had a hugely impressive record as an 800 metre competitor at national and international level. It's probably going to be tomorrow before Angie steps into the commentary box, but she'll certainly be able to add some significant insights into middle distance women's athletics, as well as a keen interest in all track and field. A little pause in activity. So there are odd moments when in fact there isn't activity, although pole vault completed, javelin senior boys completed. Right, and there we have the program for the day. You can see the orange shade, which will confirm the events that we have the privilege of covering. So we see on the right hand side there the pole vault senior boys we've noted this morning, the senior girls javelin, the pole vault competition which has just concluded, and the senior boys javelin competition has just concluded. And on the left hand side, the events covered to date, and at 3:45 the 200 metres senior girls heats followed by the senior boys, and then the very big fields that we've got in the 3,000 metres. 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Timaru. Temperature, just doing a little check on that as I chat to you. Certainly going to be up there. Well, it's a tolerable, really. It suggests that it was going to be a top of 20. I suspect it's exceeded that. There's less cloud cover than they predicted. It's probably for the 3,000 metre competitors, Carl, is not ideal, but nonetheless something that they will be able to manage, I think.
Yeah, I guess so, and I guess it depends where they live and train, and what temperatures they train in. But it's not excessively hot here. But the breeze can play a part in that, and there is a bit of a breeze looking out at the trees across the back straight. It will definitely affect those longer distance events, and perhaps might affect the sprint events too. If the wind reading's above 2 metres per second, it will mean those times will be ineligible for record purposes if there's a prevailing wind.
Yes, I suspect that the wind isn't really at the 2 metres per second, certainly at this stage. But things can change quite quickly.
I think we might have the junior boys 400 metres running in the background at the moment. A couple of standout athletes in that race will be Robert Tahi from Christchurch Boys, Barnaby Todd, Burnside High, and Harrison Day from Auckland Grammar too. Exceptional athlete with a personal best of 52.47 seconds. Looking out the window here from the commentary box, looks like a very comfortable win in the first heat of the junior boys for Harrison Day, Auckland Grammar School, Tamaki Makaro. As mentioned earlier, we are putting a preference on the senior events this weekend. Often there are 3 events happening at the same time simultaneously, with potentially the pole vault, track event, and sometimes it could be the high jump or the shot put or the discus. So we are prioritising those senior events with the limited number of cameras that we do have here in Timaru for the New Zealand Cycling School Track and Field Champs.
So it's wrap-up time at the pole vault. After at least a couple of hours, the athletes moving away, the officials folding up the mats, and
the event, yes, I was about to say, it's the 49th edition of the New Zealand Cycling School Track and Field Champs here this weekend in Timaru. Last held in Timaru back in 2015, also held here in 2009. The track here, I believe, was formed in 2004, I believe.
Yep, that was the case.
And they first hosted in 2009, which was the 37th edition of the Track and Field Champs. Is indeed actually the 51st year this year of the Track and Field Champs. Well, it's actually the 50th actually, because it was the 48th in 2020, then we had COVID in 2021. So depending if you count the COVID year or not. So it's been hosted a lot of tracks around New Zealand, primarily in the larger centres, but we've seen minor centres like Invercargill, smaller population. Hastings has hosted, Inglewood, which obviously has an all-weather track. Hastings, Dunedin over the years as well. Always a strong emphasis on rotating the location. It is indeed a national championship after all, and we need to make sure that the athletes, it's fair for everybody. Can be expensive to come from Auckland to Timaru, but equally more often than not, the athletes from Timaru would have to travel north as well. So it's good to see the event taken to the regions and great economic impact too for the local region. We were talking offline before. Accommodations all sold out in Timaru this weekend, and I think even Temuka and Geraldine might be sold out too. So it's not just Timaru that benefits from an event like this, and no doubt the restaurants will be busy tonight. A lot of parents here supporting their rangatahi and whānau. As we see on the track now, it's off screen, but in fact it is on screen. The junior boys 400 metres should be the second heat, and one of the favourites there I believe will be lane 5, Ollie Jackways from St Andrews College. Julian Sybin, St Peter's School, has a mark of 53.45. Patrick Dawson, Ron Kelly College, personal best 54.75, all very good times from these athletes. So we'll await the results. We'll bring that result to you once we know the results of the second heat of the junior boys 400 metres.
And if you tune in on to Athletics Live, which you can do on your phone easily enough, you'll get those results come through very clearly and very quickly. In fact, you can actually follow the field events throw by throw or jump by jump, which is, I guess, over the last decade, the big jump in terms of technology enabling us to feed results on a consistent basis.
And the time's just coming through now. Ollie Jackways, St Andrews College, 52.45. Personal best time. Julian Sybin, St Peter's, also personal best, 53.01. Michael Bates from, at the moment, to qualify as one of the quickest times. If you're not an automatic qualifier, it is 55.72. We have a few athletes in this field who have times quicker than 55.72. But as we say, Kevin, the races aren't won on paper; they're won on the track. So that's why we have these events to find out who the champions are.
That's right, and for some of the athletes, they won't have been competing consistently on a all-weather track, and certainly they haven't been sort of competing under this level of intensity in terms of competition. So sometimes you do find that athletes find both the occasion and the opportunity here that come together, and something special happens.
Definitely, that's right. I think we've only got about maybe 14 or 15 all-weather tracks in New Zealand, so a lot of these athletes will train on grass in the field events, and once you come onto an all-weather track, you get a little bit of a rebound off the track, and combine that with the competition, combine it with the good weather. You get a sort of probably over 1,000 or 2,000 spectators here as well, and combine all those things together and can lead to magic.
Yes. Something. That's fine.
Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
The final heat of the 400 metres for the junior boys are now over. You might even have the result there, Carl, have you? I'm not sure that we can actually bring that up straight away.
Yeah, the third heat of the junior boys 400 metres. In third place, first place, Josh Mitchell, Independent Homeschool, 52.32. Cesar Garcia Soto, Santa Maria College, 53.76. James McGregor, Whanganui High School, 54.37. Fourth place, the local Hunter Stevenson, Timaru Boys High School, 54.38. That might not be quite enough to get through as one of the quickest times. It looks like the bubble might be 53.37, but we'll wait to see that. But also on 54.38 from Nelson College, Ryan Quinn. Sorry, the time's been adjusted. So fourth place, Ryan Quinn, 54.38. Sorry, James McGregor, geez, the times have really changed. James McGregor third, 54.37. He should be the final person through. Ryan Quinn, 54.38. Hunter Stevenson, 56.95. Alex Payne, Whanganui High School, 58.04. Stephen Keller, 59.80.
Pole vaulters walking past with the poles. That's always been one of the... I've always got a lot of admiration for pole vaulters. Not only do they have the longest competition, but they've got to bring their equipment and they have to bring their poles. And not just one, is it? So next up we're moving back to sprinting on the track for seniors. It's going to be the senior girls, followed by the senior boys over 200 metres. A number of the sprinters will be doubling up, doing both the 1 and 200, although we'll wait and see. And we can see over a 200 metre mark in the back straight, the little crowd we can see on the far side of the track. So 200 metres, yes, we have 5 heats. They have had some redraws in the course of today, but at the moment I think we're still sitting on 5 heats for these.
Yes, 5 heats in the senior girls 200 metres. Just looking at the start list here, we have the head girl from Rangitoto College, named for next year, Nyla Spencer, in lane 8. She also competes for the Bays Cougars, Bays Athletics Club on the North Shore. We also have, she has a personal best of 26 seconds. It's a tough field here today in the 200 metres. We've got in lane 2, Sophie Warren, Wollaston College. Michaela Whitty, Nayland College. Lane 4, Nia DeJaga. And lane 5, Kendra Scully Tui from Mount Albert Grammar, and as mentioned prior, Nyla Spencer from Rangitoto College on the North Shore of Tamaki Makaurau in lane 8.
Right, so any time under 25 seconds is fairly classy for our senior girls in New Zealand over 200 metres. Oops. And the competitors lining up for their event. They're going through the mixture of both preparation and if you're in the 5th heat, you're still doing a little bit of a warm-up. If you're in the 1st heat, you're just going through your final mental preparations for the competition. And in this 1st heat, we have in fact Mia Dejaga, who in fact was the 200 metre senior girls champion from Rototuna High School last year with a time of 24.19. So she's going in as the defending champion. And we're going to see her in the 1st heat, running in lane 3. Let me glance over there now as they are, in fact, Carl, putting their blocks in place and just getting the feel for them.
Yes, down the back, 23.91, so not completely out of the realm for an athlete like Mia Dejaga, the defending champion from Rototuna High School. In fact, 23.91, she'll be targeting that for the final, no doubt, if conditions are conducive to fast sprinting.
So those last few moments before they're called to their box, that feeling of both nervousness, anticipation, and belief that I can do it is all part of the picture as they go to their marks.
We see them up close there in their lanes. Only 5 runners in this race, so that means we leave out lanes 1, 6 and 7. Nyla Spencer will be out there in lane 8 on her own. She'll feel quite lonely out there, but she will have quite a big stagger to start, the newly announced head girl from Rangitoto College on the North Shore. In the starters' hands, the 1st heat of 5 in the senior girls 200 metres. Nice clean start in the 1st heat. Coming around the top bend. Looks like out in lanes 4 and 5 as we expected. Mia Dejaga, Rototuna High School. Very tall athlete, narrowly ahead of Kendra Scali-Tui from Mount Albert Grammar School. We'll await the official timings of that event.
I don't think running what I'd call as a measured race, Carl, isn't it really?
Yeah, very measured, these athletes. Obviously trained hard and they know what they're capable of, and they would have seen what was required to qualify through to the semi-finals. We'll cut down through to 16 before we get to 8 for the final. But in 1st place, Mia Dejaga from Rototuna High School, 25.00. In 2nd place, Kendra Scali-Tui, Mount Albert Grammar, 25.47. 3rd place, Michaela Vitti, Nayland College, 26.48. Nyla Spencer, Rangitoto College, 26.91. And 5th place, Sophie Warren, Rolleston College, 30.24. And that was a following wind of 1.8 metres. Kevin, what do you make of the wind reading on that one?
Yeah, that's it's certainly within the 2 metres per second that is required for record purposes, and it would suggest that the wind has shifted around a little bit from the northeast. If it's the home straight is running north, so that's a slight south-easterly breeze probably blowing here on Timaru. And the athletes will be grateful for that, I think. It's always more pleasant to have something coming from behind than going into the headwind of any sort.
Yes, that's right. I think doesn't matter if you're young or old. We all, as athletes or former athletes now, we always want the wind at our back if possible, and always looks good to have a good time down on paper as a result of all that hard training.
Quite a full field this time of 8. Second of 5 heats. All right, clean just about. Very good start there. Out 3 out would have been Hannah Hickson of John Paul College. Got away very well. Sweep round into the home straight.
But for Eden Innes in lane 5 to come through, and also lane 3.
Yeah, Caitlin Black is the athlete who came through very well there. Hila Taylor from St Peter's School also as well, and we'll have the results through to you very shortly. And in fact, Caitlin Black of Aquinas College, and the fast finishing Taba Impasar of Havelock North High School was through to second. Very pleasing result for her. And Hannah Hickson of St Paul's College was in third. And the results appear there for you on screen. And moving through with certainty to the next round, the first 3. And Eden Innes and Amy Nicol will be the lead figures to make it through on time.
Just to mention again to our corporate partners for this broadcast, Whakaata Māori, Apollo Projects, Caltex, Bailey's, New Zealand Carbon Farming. Fantastic to see these companies supporting school sport here in Aotearoa. But they're on their blocks, heat 3 of 5 in the senior girls 200 metres. There's a prevailing wind of 1.8 seconds in the last heat. And underway now in the third heat. Nice clean start, and already we're seeing athletes starting to make themselves known. Ballathin Timaru girls, the local in lane 6, looking very strong. And in lane 7, Maya Bentley, Long Bay College from the North Shore, Tamaki Makaurau. But local Ballathin Timaru girls, second place I think was Maya Bentley, Long Bay College, but we will await the results to come up on screen before we confirm that. And it was indeed Ballathin, 26.55, narrowly ahead of Maya Bentley from Long Bay College, 26.71. Third place, Jacinta Hogland, Avonside Girls, 27.19 seconds. Fourth place, Bao Zen Tan, Riccarton High School in Christchurch, 27.68 seconds. Fifth place, Athena Favakis, Palmerston North Girls High School, 27.73. Sixth place, Georgia McCutcheon, Tairi College in Dunedin, 28.92. Ryan Nicholson, Wellington Girls College. Did she finish? I'm not too sure if she finished the race or not. But that was heat 3 of 5 of the senior girls 200 metres. And the next heat's coming up shortly. And lane, another reasonably full field here. Lane 1, Yvonne Tobeck, Burnside High School. Lane 2, Michaela Stimula Varela, Ashburton College. Lane 4, Charlotte Goldsmith, St Cuthbert's in Auckland. Lane 5, Sophie Mercer, Rolleston College out of Christchurch. Lane 7, Frankie Wright from King's College. And in lane 8, Emma Young from Rangitoto College in Tamakina, Kaurau.
They move to their start positions. Yes, we've had clean starts on all of the 200 metre races so far. And the action coming really in the centre of the track. Lanes 5 and 6, I think it is. Sophie Mercer, Frankie Wright.
Wow.
That's a pretty impressive victory, really, stepping away probably 20 metres to the finish line in terms of performance there. And that would certainly be
very dominant performance.
Yep, Charlotte Goldsmith.
25.24 winning time for Charlotte from St Cuthbert's College. Could be one of the quickest qualifiers, I think, for the semi-finals that will take place tomorrow. Second place, Sophie Mercer, Rolleston College, 27.16. Third place, Frankie Wright, King's College, 27.58. In fourth, Emma Young, Rangitoto College, 27.85. In fifth place, Michaela Stimolo Varela, Ashburton College, 28.88. And in sixth place, Yvonne Tobeck, Burnside High School from Christchurch, 29.78. Now we move to the fifth and final heat of the senior girls 200 metres. In lane 1, Jayla Davis, Waimate High School, not far from here. Lane 2, Ava Gardner, St Andrews College. Lane 3, Samantha Lathwood, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 4, Tika Randall, Morrinsville College in Waikato. Lane 6, Erica Lutis, again, Waimate High School. It's unusual, they're two from the same high school, Kevin, in the same heat.
Luck of the draw, I guess.
Luck of the draw, and both got pretty promising times too, with personal best for Erica, 25.74. Lane 7, Jodie Blackwood, St Peter's School, and in lane 8, Sienna Wright, Craighead Dyson School. And the athletes now in the starters' hands. Fifth and final heat to see who qualifies for the semi-finals. That will take place tomorrow, I believe.
So in fact there are three what you would call local athletes, the Waimate High School and Craighead Dyson competitors. And I guess it's really an opportunity sometimes for athletes who may not feel the need or the urgency to travel if it was a long distance away, and just embracing the opportunity of a competition locally. Tika Randall of Morrinsville College is the fastest qualifying performance this season at 24.63, so she does have a apparent advantage over the rest of the field, but the race is yet to be run.
And underway in the fifth and final heat. Who's looking good here, Kevin? Who's standing clear?
Oh, well, I think in lane 4 and 5, that looks where the action is, isn't it?
Yes, Tika Randall, Morrinsville College, PB at 24.63.
But and comes away strongly in the end, doesn't she?
You know, maybe Samantha Lathwood, Takapuna Grammar maybe on the inside lane from her. Looked very strong as well. Or we will wait to see the official times on the screen very shortly. You're looking at the replay now, very strong finish. In lane 4, looked like lane 3 and second, I believe, was Samantha Lethwood, and yes, was Tika Randall, Morrinsville College, 25.38, and was Samantha Lethwood from Takapuna Grammar, not far behind. Second place, 25.83. Erica Lucas, Waimate High School in third, 26.28. Fourth place was Sienna Wright, Craighead Dyson School, 26.64. Fifth place in 27.42 was Jodie Blackwood from St. Peter's School. Sixth place, Jayla Davis, Waimate High School, 28.86. And in seventh place, Ava Gardner, St. Andrews College, 29.36. That wraps up the fifth and final heat of the Senior Girls 200 metres. We'll cut down to the top 16 for the semi-finals. We now move to the, looks like the Senior Boys 200 metres, and we'll bring up the names for you very shortly. We have, looks like we have 4 heats of the, no, more than 4 heats, sorry.
Could be up to 7.
Yes, it is indeed, and it's going to be the top 32 will advance, so they will go through to a quarter-final stage. Will be the top 2 in each heat plus the next 18 best times. That's a tough way to qualify. So potentially you could actually see a heat where everyone in the heat actually qualifies, Kevin. In fact, the first 2 heats they could all qualify.
It's certainly a possibility.
The top 2 in the next best 18. I'm not sure if I've ever actually seen that before, but let's see how that goes. In lane 2, Matthew Bottling, Mount Aspiring College, has a personal best of 23.39. Kyan Seymour, Botany Downs. Oh, and they're underway now. We'll get to those names shortly. Lane 5, Asher Robinson, Hutt International Boys. Lane 6, Blake Dalton, Tyree. And lane 7, Adam Grubner from Mount Albert Grammar. They come around the top of the bend now, and it's those athletes in the middle lane starting to come through. Hutt International Boys is currently leading in Asher Robinson, closely followed by Blake Dalton from Kaede College. It's a good performance from Asher because his PB is not quite as sharp as Blake's, but that's okay. The top 2 will get through, and those other athletes will have to wait until all 7 heats are concluded before they will see if they are one of those next best 18 qualifiers.
There's a wee bit of pressure on the athletes here just to make sure if you get in the top 2 it's all over. And I think probably the athletes themselves know with 18 they don't need to worry too much if they're right up at the front, but we'll wait and see how this unfolds.
And yes, that's right, and it looked like Matthew Botting from Mount Aspiring might have got third there, so I think 23.86 should be pretty good. I think make that top 18, but we'll have to wait and see to see what that sort of close-off time is. Very competitive fields here. Great to see massive numbers. 7 heats in the Senior Boys 200. That's a great entry list.
So they're moving through the program very well. They're very much on time for these championships. It's very easy to slip a little bit back. With athletes sometimes not taking their time to get to or from an event. But these 200 metres second heat competitors ready to go almost.
That's right, in lane 2, Ethan Hole from just down the road at Geraldine High School, not far for him to travel today. He won't be staying at a hotel, Kevin. He'll be commuting from home.
That's right.
And in lane 3, Asher Rogo. I think he might be the son or relative of Henry Rogo, Northcote College. In lane 3, lane 4, Regan Wilson, Tauranga Boys College. Strong, very school, very strong in sport. Their sevens team won the Condor Sevens last weekend. Featured both Cooper Spratley, Naden Spratley, son of Phil Spratley, the runner from Wellington College back in the day, 4-minute miler. In lane 6, Finn Hawkins, Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 7, Izzy Kamana. In lane 8, Dylan Williams. But they're underway now in the 200 metres. And it looks like in lane 4, Regan Wilson from Tauranga Boys is starting to shine through in the middle lane. Very tight though as they come around. Looks like also in lane 2, the local, Ethan Hole, Geraldine High School. Can he hold on?
Very distinctive black uniform with the red lettering across the front, and he did hold on.
He did hold on. He's got all the hometown supporters here today, and he was seated with, he has run a personal best of 22.76, so it shouldn't be a real surprise, Kevin, that he wins that second heat.
No, he certainly didn't go into the. Yes, he's held very well. He's reached to his potential, and it'll be interesting to see what his time is. Oh, yeah, pretty comfortable, really.
And there's the results on screen now. 22.73 for Ethan, and second place Regan Wilson, Tauranga Boys College, 22.82. Asher Rogo, Northcote College and Tamaki Makaurau, 22.99, and fourth Finn Hawkins, Christchurch Boys High, 23.41. Dylan Williams, Burnside High, 23.99, and Izzy Kamana, 25.24. So we saw 5 athletes under 24 seconds there, so I think we will see a few qualifiers come from the second heat of the senior boys 200 metres.
And so Ethan Hole can head home, sleep in his own bed, which is, I think, a distinct advantage when you're away and competing. So, the young Geraldine athlete, and if we look at the proposed times, he's run almost a full second quicker than his listed performance in the program, which would have determined his heat draw. So that's the sort of breakthrough that you hope for at a national championships.
That's right, and runners in their lanes now for third heat of the 200 metres. Go through the lanes. Lane 2, Samuel Herman, Whanganui Collegiate. Lane 4, Charles Howlett, son of Doug Howlett, I believe, Auckland Grammar School from Tamaki Makaurau. Lane 5, Luke Jarvis, Pauparim College in Wellington. Lane 6, Cruz Witherford, Matamata College in the Waikato. Lane 7, Oliver Barnett, Auckland Grammar School, Strathallan College. And in lane 8, James Savage, Palmerston North Boys High. Very strong rugby school these days, play in the Super 8 rugby competition. So we have 6 athletes in the third heat. Look for Charles Howlett and Luke Jarvis in lanes 4 and 5 to stand out in this. Underway in the third heat of the 200 metres, and pretty even start, I think. Looks like Luke Jarvis.
Yes, he's certainly got a march on the field as they sweep into the home straight. He's still got 80 metres to go.
He does, and Charles Howlett on the inside from Auckland Grammar should comfortably finish in second place, and they ease up over the line. 2 athletes well in front, and we'll wait and see what the times are for the third heat and see if we can get any fastest qualifiers out of that heat. Pretty hard, and only just sort of eased up. And yes, there we see on the screen 22.99 for Luke Jarvis, Pauparim College in Wellington. Charles Howlett, son of Doug Howlett, I believe, Auckland Grammar, 23.36. James Savage, 24.57 out of Palmerston North Boys High School. Oliver Barnett, ACG Strathallan College, 24.60, and Samuel Herman, Whanganui Collegiate, 24.69. We move to the fourth heat now, and there's international flavour in this heat. Lane 2, Thomas Makamari, Cook Islands, will start in this field. As a Cook Islands will start in this field. Has a personal best of 23.80. Reasonably local athletes, Central Southland College, Ollie Davis, 22.89. He'll start as with the quickest time. Actually has a personal best of 22.82. Flynn Maury in lane 4, St. Peter's School. Lane 6, Tane Karawea Taya, St. Paul's College in Tamaki Makaurau, 22.91. And Asher Boyd from Dulworth School, also in Tamaki Makaurau, in lane 8. So a few lanes missing in this field. We've seen some scratchings come through. Underway now in the fourth heat of the 200 metres. Very nice clean start from all athletes. They're all holding their stagger. very much so, and they come round into the straight, and it's a good battle between Ollie Davis of Central Southland coming through now in the blue singlet, and on his outside Flynn Morey from St Peter's School. We'll wait to see what those times are and whether they broke 23.2 seconds.
All right, so he came away well in the end, the young athlete from Central Southland College, easing up the line.
And 23.22, I wasn't far off, Kevin. I thought it'd be close to 23.2, so a great run there from the... How far would Central Southland College be from Timaru, Kevin? Is that...
It's a fair way, I think. We're talking Tapanui area, so it's... they would certainly see themselves as Otago athletes and not Cantabrians.
Right, yeah, very much so. You forget how large the South Island is. Flynn Morey, second place, 23.65. He'll also be an automatic qualifier. And the other athletes will have to wait and see whether they get through as one of the top 18 qualifiers. But in third, Asher Boyd, Dilworth. We have a full field here in the fifth heat of the senior boys 200 metres. We'll go through the start list now. Lane 1 out of Wellington, representing Rongotai College, Jonah Radravu. Lane 2, David Mengdingu from Te Papai o Aotea. Lane 3, Damien Hodgson, Whanganui High School. And lane 4, Imran Mita from King's College. Lane 5, Aidan Platts, Botany Downs Secondary College. Lane 6, Ben Langford, Middleton Grange School. Lane 7, Matt Draper, Christchurch Boys High School. And in lane 8, Theo Friedel from Hill Morton High School. So they are now under the orders of the starter. A full field of 8. We haven't seen a field of 8 in the heats of the 200 yet. There's been a few scratchings. Reasons for scratchings can be varied. They could be injured. They might have qualified in another event and might have made the semi-finals, and they might elect to scratch from the 200 because they might think the 100 or the 400 might be their preferred event. So it can often be different reasons for athletes scratching.
And the only consolation really is it's only the first two. There are 18 places available for those. So whether it's a heat of 5 or a heat of 8, it shouldn't make much difference, although somehow you get the feeling that the bigger the field, the more competitive it is. Imran Mitha of King's College is the form athlete in this as they whip round the top bend.
That's Imran in the maroon colour there in lane number 4, but it's very tight. Also Damien Hodgson from Whanganui High School on the inside, but moving forward I think is Aidan Platts from Botany Downs, but let's just see what the final results show in the fifth heat of the senior boys 200 metres. All vying for spots in the semi-finals, the quarterfinals, taking the top 32. So there'll be 4 heats of 8. And just re-looking there at the finish. Looks like it might be Aidan Platts.
Yep, out of lane 6.
Or maybe it was Ben Langford actually. Was it Ben Langford from Middleton Grange?
Yes,
it was Ben Langford. Stand corrected. Ben Langford, Middleton Grange, 22.76, and Damien Hodgson will be the automatic qualifiers. But not far behind Aidan Platts, 23.22, and Imran Mitha, 23.60. Probably safe to say those third and fourth place skitters will comfortably move through to the quarterfinals. Potentially also Matt Draper in 24.13 from Christchurch Boys in fifth. Sixth place David Mengdingu from Te Papai Aotea, 24.50, and seventh place Jonah Radravu from Rongotai College out of Wellington, 24.72. We move to heat 6 of the 200 metres in lane 1, St Bede's College Christchurch, Oliver Jones. Lane 2, Harry Fitzsimmons, Jordan High School. Sorry, I've read in the wrong sheet there. We'll start again. Heat 7, lane 1, Riley Reid, Mackenzie College. Lane 2, Cruz Mara, St Peter's School. Lane 3, Sasha Tahi, Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 4, Wellington College, Rory Mayo. Lane 5, Caden Taylor out of Avondale College. And out in lane 7, Phoenix Raroa from Stratford High School in Taranaki. So they move into their blocks for the 7th and final heat. We've had 7 heats today, and we will cut down to the top 32 to move to the quarterfinals, followed by semi-finals and then a final. And they're underway, and Caden Taylor is the form athlete in this field in lane 5. So look to lane 5. Oh, one athlete's pulled up injured. Hopefully he's okay.
Well, it's in the inside of the track that the action's coming. Finley McDonald was the athlete coming through very quickly at the end. Results are coming up very quickly, so you'll pick the first 2 in a few moments. And as we've indicated, any time under 24 seconds should make you through comfortably enough. And we see the replay coming up on screen just now. So it was in fact Finley McDonald from Kirikiri High School.
Long way for Finley to travel to Timaru, so well done, making the effort. Daniel Mingbengu te Pepe a Altea, second qualifier through, 23.12. Third, Oliver Jones, 23.21. Nico Parsonson, 23.57. Kataia College, probably the furthest, most northern school, competing here, I would think. In 5th, Zacharias Zeogus, St. Patrick's College, Silverstream in Upper Hutt, 23.89. In 6th, also from Te Pepe a Aotea, Campbell Wills, 24.30. In 7th, Connor Tamahana, Shirley Boys in Christchurch, 25.03. So that was heat 6 of the senior boys 200 metres. So now we move to heat 7 of the 200 metres. We'll go through the names now. We've got Riley Reid, Mackenzie College. Lane 2, Cruz Mara, St. Peter's. Lane 3, Sasha Tahi, Christchurch Boys. Lane 4, Wellington College, Rory Mayo. And Caden Taylor in lane 5 from Avondale College in Tamaki Makaurau. And in 7th place, Phoenix Raroa, Stratford High School. So looking at the field, Caden Taylor has a personal best of 21.49. Very impressive time. Very impressive indeed. Yep, that's a class performance. And to sort of put that into perspective, the record since 2011 is Cody Harmon out of Mount Maunganui College in 21.39. So Caden will be eyeing up that record very much in the final, assuming he makes the final. His personal best is only 0.1 behind Cody Harmon. So let's see how this race unfolds. There'll be a lot of anxious eyes watching this 7th and final heat to see who qualifies for the top 32. So the top 2 qualifiers will qualify through. So top 2 in heat number 7, so that'll produce 14 qualifiers. And then we get another 18 qualifiers from the next quickest 18 times. And that can, like Kevin said earlier, that can come from any of those 7 heats. Just having a look from the grandstand down the track. Field events for the day. A junior long jump taking place. Fairly shortly. That will conclude the field. Today's gets the track meet underway, but it's a very full program for tomorrow, beginning at 9 o'clock and going through till 6. And
and I'm just having a glance over the far side there. We must have, yes, the athletes, some sort of little delay, I think, in this one. Carl, I think.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hold up here, but that's okay. These athletes are used to delays and distractions, and this will be a test of their resilience. I guess it's just important to remain warm, keep composed, keep the muscles loose, and
Delays start an event, probably just the technical amounts, but it looks as if they're about to get underway.
It does.
7th and final heat, 200 metres senior boys. Caden Taylor in lane 2.
So coming around the bend, and that looks like Caden Taylor in lane 5 standing out at the moment. He's cruising a bit now as he looks around, running out of Avondale College. Comfortable win. Second, Roldy Mayo, Wellington College, will be the top 2 automatic qualifiers, and then we will wait to see which athletes will get through on time. And looking at the replay here, Caden Taylor very comfortable. Second place, Roldy Mayo holds out Sasha Tahi from the Christchurch Boys.
And there we have on the screen Caden Taylor's performance, 22.87, and he cruised that really. Rari Mayo with Wellington College in second, Sasha Tahi, Christchurch Boys High School third. First 2 automatic qualifiers. And we can feel reasonably confident that Sasha Tahi will also be a qualifier, and it won't be too long, I wouldn't think, before in fact we know who in fact are the 18 qualifiers who make it through. But there's no rest on the track, Carl. We have 3,000 metre field, and a slightly complicated way of racing a championship, this one.
Yeah, some very good athletes competing today, and I'm excited to see Caleb Wagner from Auckland Grammar School. He had a very tight race with Sam Ruth recently in Auckland, and he starts today's race with a time of 8 minutes 14, which is actually 1 second under the record held by Matt Baxter. So it'll be interesting to see if this is a tactical race or a race where he actually goes for the record. And as we know, it's without pacemakers, which championship races don't have, obviously. It can be very hard to run a fast time, especially over 3,000 metres. But who knows, you might have a teammate from his school or a friend who might elect to sacrifice their own performance to help pacemake. But otherwise, this should be a true championship affair. It's a pretty good sized field, actually. Looking through some of the other personal best times, Red Scampion, King's College, got a personal best of 8 minutes 34. He'll be one of the contenders. I think also Jack Snedden from St. Peter's, personal best 8:35. And then there's a number of athletes who have broken 8:40, which are all very good times. The senior boys' quality is superb.
I don't know, I don't have that.
And I guess the big question will be, will the winner of this race be quicker than Sam Ruth in the junior boys 3,000, because he ran 8:09 10 days ago, which is unbelievable really for a junior boy to run a time quicker than the senior boys record. So they're on the start line, 7.5 laps for the 3,000 metres. They start down the back straight at the 200 metre mark, and then they will have 7 laps once they come through over the finish line. So just going through the start list, Caleb Wagner, Auckland Grammar, he'll be the favourite. We're in race number 48. In the second position, James McClay, Southland Boys, Xavier Brown, New Plymouth Boys, Ben Oxford, McLean's, Finley Oliver, Mount Maunganui, Corbin Holmes, Bethlehem College and Waikato, Cooper Whiteman, Christchurch Boys Highs, Bede, Colburn, Francis Douglas, Cullen Ross, St Patrick's College, Silverstream, Jack Sned and St Peter's College, Tamaki Makaro, Red Scampion, King's College, Connor Kemp, St Patrick's College, Kilburney, Desmond Reddy, Rongotai College, Wilkins Alex, that might be Alex Wilkins maybe, McLean's College in Auckland, Harry Witheridge, Westlake Boys in the North Shore, James Webber, Whakatapu High School, Robert Fitzpatrick, Auckland Grammar School, Harry Witt, Rangiora High School, Sean Collins, Mount Maunganui College, Noah Lazar, St Peter's College out of Auckland, and Samuel Rickaby, King's College. So it's a very large field, 21 runners. They've actually split them into 2 start lines and they'll merge after 100 metres. So they're off now in the senior boys 3,000 metres. Very bunched field, and you'll see the runners, there's a second wave and they're out in lane 5 or lane 4, and they'll merge after 100 metres once they get past those final cones, and you'll see the runners come across and they will all merge into one, and it's a very congested heat. It looks like no one really wants to take the lead. The pace is looking pretty slow. I don't have a clock on this, Kevin, but if I was a betting man, I'd say it's probably going to be about 37 seconds. And oh no, actually it was a bit quicker than that. Actually,
I think they went very quick over the first 100, and then
then they slowed. But you can see runners there in lanes 2 and lanes 3, and look, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an athlete go down when they tend to run this slow. They just run into each other, and they're all wearing running spikes these days, so they're going to be careful that they don't run too close to the runner in front of them.
Somewhere on the line, somebody's going to say, "Hey, look, this is not going to help me in this particular race." But you've got to be a bit bold to do that, don't you?
You do. It's a long way to lead 3,000 metres from start to finish, and I think we can probably safely say Matt Baxter's record of 8:15 is probably quite safe based on the time of the first lap. It'd be very hard to make up time after starting the first 400 metres.
72, 73 seconds for the first lap, and it hasn't quickened.
That's right. So to put that in perspective, 72 seconds equates to a 9-minute 3,000 metres. I'm sure they'll pick the speed up at some stage, but if they keep running 72s, they'll be running 9 minutes.
That's right. I mean, we're running 4, 5, even 6 wide almost, isn't it? 5 wide there. And we're just waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, look, come on, let's."
Pretty sort of soft. I can see there number 34 from Auckland Grammar, Robert Fitzpatrick out wide. A couple of recognisable uniforms in this race, Kevin.
Yep, there are. You can certainly identify with that. The athlete that decided I've had enough was Connor Kemp from St Patrick's Kilburney, and while he's lifted the pace, it's still pretty modest. I think a good indicator is the fact that the field still remains packed at this stage.
Yeah, look, there's advantages to running out in front. One, you're out of trouble. Secondly, you're running the shortest distance because you're in lane 1. But you are having to take the breeze, and when you run down the front or the back straight, wherever the breeze is. But sometimes being out of danger is actually a really positive thing, and then we see an athlete move to the front now and expect a few chasers to go after him shortly, but no, at the moment they're letting him go, and that's run a 9:15. And looking at the start list, that is James Webber from Whakatapu High School, has a personal best of 9 minutes 20. He's gone to the front. He said, "No, I'm here to run, and I'm gonna take it to this field." So let's see how the rest of the field reacts. The pace has definitely quickened.
And James would not be one of the favoured athletes necessarily going into this race, but he's obviously decided that this is an opportunity. Hey, look, I'm not prepared to come up here to from Whakatapu High School and dawdle.
Yes, yeah, and as we can see now, it has moved into a single file. I think the favourites in second, it looks like it might be Caleb Wagner out of Auckland Grammar. He's run 8:14 this season. They're currently running a pace around 9 minutes, so this will feel very comfortable for Caleb.
That's right, and already a field that was packed around, you could throw a blanket over them, is now stretched out over, 30 metres almost, isn't it? So, yep, the pace injection has just made a difference.
It has. Great to recognise some of those corporate partners again involved with this broadcast: Whakaata Māori, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Bailey's and Caltex. And coming around, been running for 5 minutes now, so they're well and truly over halfway through this 3,000 metres, and it is the runner from Whakatipu High School currently leading, James Webber, but he has the race favourite Caleb Wagner from Auckland Grammar out of Tamaki Makaurau in second place. It's really strung out now where athletes are starting to fall back and the contenders are moving forward, but it's still a large front bunch of 8 or 9 athletes still in contention for a podium finish. When will we see Caleb Wagner make his move?
Always interested to see. We flicker the wrist up to check on his time. He's obviously probably lapping pretty close to PB stuff, I think, James, at the front of the field.
He will be, if that time's correct, 9 minutes 20. He'll be well under 9 minutes, I would think, especially if they pick the pace up. So they'll be coming up to 2 laps to go. So they've got about 900 metres left from here. And off a slow pace, I'd expect Caleb Wagner to close pretty fast. He might even close in, around 60 seconds potentially if he needs to. So,
yes, he's just stretching a little bit, but still holding back, isn't he? Really. But all of a sudden, what were a field that was all in contention, we're down to probably 4 that have broken away. And another 3 that are really going to have to chase.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
So 7 minutes running now. I think they've got about probably 600 metres to go. Caleb Wagner, favourite out of Auckland Grammar, has moved to the front. He's been in good form. He'll be looking to qualify for New Zealand teams, no doubt, in the future. World Juniors will be on his radar. World University Games, Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games. There's a very good pathway for our athletes these days. As they come forward, Caleb Wagner, he's first to hear the bell. But he's not having it all his own way, Kevin.
No, he's not, but I don't think he's been really tested yet. Really. One of the delights in this race is that young Webber, who went to the front, who's got a time that probably would rank him only just about 15th or 16th, is now running 4th. Now, he took his moment, and he's in contention for a medal.
He is indeed. James McLeay, Southland boys, is really giving it to Caleb Wagner here with 200 metres to go. He's moved to the front. And are we going to see an upset here, Kevin? These 2 boys out in front, Caleb Wagner on the inside.
Right, it's all on, isn't it? With 150 metres to go.
And here they come, 100 metres to go. Caleb on the inside,
and they're both finding it a real challenge down the home straight.
James McLeay, what an impressive performance, all the way down to the line, Kevin.
Yes, down to the line. Yes, and up goes the hand. Well done.
That's a great run from both athletes. 8 minutes 32 was the unofficial time in first place. Caleb Wagner, Auckland Grammar, Tamaki Makaurau, 8:32. Second place, James McLeay out of Southland Boys, probably on a same time. It's impressive running.
And James Webber.
And James Webber third.
James Webber third.
Oh, that's a fantastic result, and really pleased to see, the dividends paying off for an athlete that sort of, took the lead in the midsection of the race after a very slow beginning. And, they came through the first couple of laps at a pretty leisurely speed. So to finish in a time of 8 minutes 32 is very, very impressive.
All right, nonetheless, it's tested them, and here we are down the home straight. Caleb Wagner being chased all the way. He's entitled to put his hand up, I think, when he took the victory.
He is indeed. So next up on the track will be the senior girls 3,000 metres. We might see the results come up on screen shortly for the senior boys 3,000, but it's another big field here. This is, in fact, this is a huge field, Kevin. We've got 33 runners. And there it is. I'll let you say the results, Kevin.
Yes, Caleb Wagner from Auckland Grammar School, the senior boys 3,000 metres champion for 2024 in 8 minutes 31.91. James McClay from Southland Boys High School, 8:32.09. And third, James Webber from Wakatipu High School, 8 minutes 37.71. A couple of Southlanders there in the top three. And then Finlay Oliver from Mount Maunganui College was next home from and Connor Kemp from St. Patrick's College, Kilburn, 8:46. So in the end, the time, given the very pedestrian first couple of laps, is pretty credible.
Very credible. Moving forward now to the senior girls 3,000 metres. I mentioned earlier, very large field, 33 runners.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, there's going to be one more heat.
Yep, there is. It's a time field, but it's not impossible really, and given that time, that somebody in the second race. I remember that we had, was it 21 in the first 3,000 metres? This is the senior boys, the second event. Yep, so this is the second of the boys 3,000 metres.
So we're just going to see Kevin mentioned it's a timed section. So there's two sections of the senior boys 3,000 metres.
Correct.
And now we're going to see the second time section. Now it is possible to see, if there is a faster time in this particular heat, that could actually quicker than B8 at 31.91, then they would be crowned the champion, Kevin.
Exactly. It's an interesting one, isn't it, really? I mean, we had, the total field for this event was nearly 50. 47 athletes. Well, you can't have 47 athletes probably running a 3,000 metres on the track. So we've had the first of the heat, and by and large the athletes in the first heat that we've just seen completed are in fact on times fractionally the quicker, or in fact markedly the quicker. But it's certainly, there are athletes here who are sub 9 minutes, and if somebody's bold enough to go out early, they could well in fact put in a performance of better than, was it 8:31, and take honours for this particular event. It's a situation that you don't see very often.
Yeah, it's quite common in the American university system where they have timed races they have, because a lot of athletes double up and they seed them, and I saw it firsthand back in the late 90s. A runner they mucked around in the fastest heat in the 1500, and some runner came through in the second heat and actually got the winning time from the second heat. So it can be done, and in these tactical races and the distance races, anything can happen if they muck around and don't want to take the lead, and everyone looks at each other. And in the second heat, if they go out hard and take turns into the lead, into the headwind on the back straight, then it is possible. But 8:31 from Caleb Wagner is a very good time, and let's see what they can do here in the second timed heat.
Yes, you hope in fact that they sort of have a conversation. Somebody in the lineup has a conversation with somebody else. Oh, look, we'll give this a go, eh? They know that Caleb Wagner is a class performer. But 8:31, well, a couple of these athletes are sub 9 that we've got running here. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, and I think it's quite important that your seated time that you do before coming here is important, because if you do want to be in that first time heat, Kevin, you need to make sure you've got a good time on paper to get into that first heat, to then be dragged through and hopefully be in a podium contention. If you don't have a time to your name, it's very hard for the organisers to put you into that faster heat.
Yep. So we'll have to wait and see. It's another 7.5 laps of the track, 3,000 metres, and at the end of the of this race, they will be able to blend, I guess, the times of all of the athletes, and out of the 47 that have started, you'll be able to pick your ranking.
So we had 10 athletes break 9 minutes in that first time section. 10 athletes under 9 minutes. So let's see what can happen here in second timed heat of the senior boys, 3,000 metres in Timaru.
Right, once again, a split start, and they come together once they come around into the home straight. You see the cones there, and they peter away, and a little glance across from the leader from the inside group. Looks like an Ashburton College athlete hitting the front there, a little winged chest I can see there.
It's good you can recognise all the uniforms given, because I can't, but...
well, it is quite difficult, but there are little things in some of the uniforms that are quite distinctive. Well, he's going out to at least set the pace, and we're unlike the first heat, where we struggled to find anybody for a couple of laps to put any pressure on. In fact, it is number 18, Caleb Chambers from Ashburton College.
Second place, I think, maybe from Tauranga Boys. We've got a couple of runners actually from Tauranga Boys, so it could either be James Cato, or it could also be from Tauranga Boys. We've also got...
It is in fact James Cato.
It is.
You've got that right, Carl, yes.
Not his teammate Daniel Barback, also from Tauranga Boys in this race too. Good to see St Pat Silverstream out of Wellington represented in this field today. Runners from Tamaki Makaurau also, Maclean's College, Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar, Kings, St Peter's, but also some local runners, Kevin, from the local Timaru Boys High School.
That's right. I mean, I have obviously a very warm attachment to that school, it's good that these athletes have given it a go. I mean, on paper they're not necessarily contenders, but I mean, it's their hometown, and why not give it the opportunity when you get a chance to compete in a New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship to line up and have a run.
It's interesting seeing the boy from Timaru Boys, Ruben McEwen. I wonder if he's a new relation of Mark McEwen. I think he won the 3,000 metre senior boys back in the late 80s, early 90s, one of our top juniors back in those days. Used to compete against Phil Starr from Rongotai College, who was coached by the late Graham Tattersall. Phil Starr was finished 10th at the World Junior Cross Country in Boston in 1992, and was in the same race as Hikam El Garouge, Haley Gabriel Selassie, and he actually beat Kanisa Bakili, I believe. So, these athletes, this is a great setting for them before they then, go on to that next level.
So he set this race up quite nicely, the young Ashburton athlete, Callum Chambers. He has a personal best of just under 9:30, so he's going to have to continue to work quite hard to make sure that he keeps the tempo going. What have we got a group there? A group of about 15, have we? Maybe more. Still there.
So James Cato from Tauranga Boys College.
Reece Hislop from Otago Boys is there with the big O, which is quite a distinctive feature. There are some college uniforms that do stand out.
Yeah, some of the uniforms are quite distinctive, especially the multicoloured uniforms, but when it's just a plain black or a plain white, it can often be difficult to tell. I'm sure the appearance will recognise their son or daughter on screen today, and you know, we're here just to add a bit of colour to the broadcast here on Whakata Māori television.
A little bit of a look around there, so it should suggest that most of these front-out running athletes have got this pace pretty much under their control without stretching it, and I don't think we're going to see them going anywhere near the winning time from Caleb Wagner in that first race. But it's Reese Hislop from Otago Boys High School who's at the front. James Cato on the inside of him from Tauranga, they're the leading two. And you can see the rest of the field getting a little bit stretched at the moment. I've completed 4 laps. Wilson Lai of St Patrick's Kilburn is right up there on Reese Hislop's shoulder. Over a dozen athletes in this lead bunch, so provided you're keeping yourself reasonably well in contact, you're giving yourself a chance as they come down the back straight. This will complete their 5th lap, or 2.5 to go. It would appear that maybe at the front of the field the pace has increased a little bit. The group of around 15 athletes is now being stretched out a little bit more. Wilson Lai from St Pat's, Kilburn and Wellington, he's out in front. Reese Hislop slipped back into 4th place and is resurgent as they come past the start-finish line. But Wilson Lai looks as if he's applying a bit of pressure at the front of the field. And that little compact group of probably 2 laps ago is now being stretched out, and in fact there are sort of almost a breakaway group of about 4. Still being led by Wilson Lai of St Pat's. Reese Hislop on the outside. And James Cato from Tauranga Boys, they're the leading 3. Now it looks as if they're the leading breakaway 3 as they come around the top bend and into the home straight. And the bell was rung, so they're on to their last lap. A sub 9 minutes is not that likely, but not impossible as they go round the top bend, and those leading 3 are still in contention. James Cato making the pace. Reese Hislop of Otago Boys is there as well. They're winding their way through some of the tail enders there, so it's these 3 that we can see just in the picture there at the moment who've just broken through the gap there, and they are still passing athletes. It's Reese Hislop, Otago Boys High School, who has put in a decisive burst there at the top of the bend there with 120 to go. He's being chased by James Cato of Tauranga Boys. A quick glance over his shoulder tells him that he does have a lead, and it's coming. Yes, he glances again, but James Cato's not finished. Otago Boys, Reese Hislop coming up to the finish line. Doesn't trust the timekeepers. He clicks his watch ahead of Tauranga boys. James Caddo, and a good bold finish by Wilson Lai. And we'll have those results popping up on the screen in a moment or two for you as the athletes file their way through. So what in fact was a very competitive second race, wasn't, not unexpectedly, wasn't as quick as the race with the first 25 runners in it, but nonetheless a keen competition. And Otago's Rui Hislop, Otago boys taking the victory. So we move very shortly to the women's 3,000 metres. So Rui Hislop down to the finish, through the finish line. He checks his time, but we'll have that up on the screen for you in a moment. There's our race winner. Before 9:00, there we have the results, 11 to 18. The athletes line up to check in as they have been given their little tag which tells them what's at their place. Rory Hislop going through and acknowledging the other competitors. So over on the back straight we'll be anticipating the senior girls preparing for their event. In fact, there they are now. "33 competitors listed. Spread out across the track. Shuffle as they prepare to go under starters' orders. And we're going through the start list for this event now. That's the first 8. Right, then we go through to 9 to 19. That's the list of the competitors. Through to 28. 20 to 28, and in fact it would appear that we've got all 33 that nominated for this event racing this event. So once again, athletes lined up and they go to their marks. So they're requested to go back. It's not just a matter of just having one group ready, it's to have 2 groups that are working synchronised together. The group on the outside are not disadvantaged. by being on the outside because they have a 20-metre started. But by the time they get to the end of the first 120 metres, they're blended together and the race begins in earnest. For all 33 competitors here, they're in the Senior Girls 3,000 metres New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships for 2024 held here in Timaru. So unlike the boys' race, it looks as if the girls' race, the pace is on, I think, from the outset. We'll get an idea when they come around into the home straight. It's number 103 out in front. That's Bryn Gordon from Kashmir High School. She has a wee glance around, wondering where are the others, but they're not far behind. 676, Scarlett Robb of St Cuthbert's, one of the lead performers, lying in second place. Number 172 coming into contention for the first time. It's Kate Curry from Christchurch Girls High School. But our race leader out in front, Bryn Gordon. Welcome back, Tony Rogers.
Yeah, Kevin, it's been some exciting racing here, and there's another good race here, and of course Bryn Gordon, National Schools. Yeah, thanks Kevin for welcoming us back in. It's been a pretty warm afternoon and we're down to almost the end of the program with the 3,000 for senior girls, and yeah, there were some great senior boys races, but yeah, Bryn Gordon and Kate Curry, two Christchurch girls who featured in our New Zealand cross country in June in Christchurch, are up near the front, and they'll be strong contenders here with perhaps Ava Sutherland from Wellington, Scarlett Robb from St Cuths, and a few others that have definitely got some chances depending on how the pace is going, but they're looking pretty solid at the moment.
They are. Yep, it's been a good steady pace. I didn't pick up the 800 metre time, but
so we'll get
it'll be under 2:30, I think.
Yeah, so they're coming up to the 3K, I mean the 1K.
So there's an idea. Well, that's 3 minutes now, so. It's a good steady pace rather than relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, in fact, looks like they've slowed a little bit now. They've sorted out, doesn't it? So just over 3:15 through the 1K.
Right. And so that's comfortably under 10 for the full distance. And we would expect a sort of winning time somewhere between 9:35 and 9:45, would we, Tony? That would be the sort of time that we'd expect from this field?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, Scarlett Robb's got a time of 9:40 as her personal best, so she'll be, as I mentioned, one of the... And then, of course, Sienna Mackley from deep south as well, Whakatipu High.
Yep. She's been well performed this last season.
Yeah, very good cross-country runner. Kate Curry, as I said, her best is 9:46. So these girls are sort of running on schedule for a 9:45-ish, but they'll probably quicken tempo.
Yep. Sasha Letica, I see also featuring there early on from Takapuna Grammar.
Yeah, she's a 9:49 runner at best, and the girls that I mentioned, they all were members of the New Zealand Schools cross-country team that went to Kenya this year, so they'll know each other well, they'll know who's strong, and they've all got that stamina and strength to last a good 3,000. So it looks like Scarlett Robb moving into a little bit more contention there, and 4:74. Was
Chambers was there for 4:14. She was also featuring now. All right, look as if we've got somebody making a decisive bolt at the front of the field. We'll just wait till we come around close. number 808. So we know that's Sasha Letica, who's decided that, you know, I'm going to try and go from what, over three laps out.
Yes, and she's a strong runner, been in pretty good form throughout the whole year as well.
And looking strong at the moment as well, isn't she? She's, you know, got a good rhythm.
And you may well remember her father was a pretty reasonable distance runner.
He was
as well,
indeed.
so
I do recall Jared as a
got,
performer of some note.
We've got some good athletes coming, re-emerging really out of the Takapuna club and the schools there on the North Shore.
Kate Curry's the tall figure in second at the moment.
Just passing, is that Scarlett Robb, I think?
Yes, that'll be right.
From St Cuths.
Deciding that we can't really let young Sasha Letica get away, and so they're trying to cut down that lead, and that's probably pretty sensible this far out. But it does mean that the field is again spread a little bit more.
So to do a double take there as they're passing a lap runner, but Sasha Letica is still looking strong, isn't she, out there?
Yeah, she is.
So Sienna Mackley there is tucked in on the inside, I think in third spot from Whakatipu High.
And doesn't pay to run wide there. Just and Scarlett Robb, I think, just slipped through on the inside.
Yes, it looks like they've just eased back a bit there as they went through 2K, probably around about 6:40, so dropped the pace a little bit. So it's up and down, isn't it? But looks like the podium places will come from this first half, doesn't it?
Number 913 coming into that's Sienna Mackley from Whakatipu High School.
So yeah, the top six are sorted out pretty well, and they've all got good cross-country backgrounds, so they'll all have the strength for this race. It's just a matter who's going to be able to lift now. And it looks like Scarlett Robb's making a good job of that. With
that's right. That's just a tantalising gap, isn't it? Really, it's enough to know that I've got it, but and I think the second and third place getters know they've got to close it quickly.
Yeah. Scarlett Robb sitting out now. Letica in second from Kate Curry, and I think that's Sienna Mackley lying in fourth. So they're all evenly spaced.
Yep.
And as I said, Scarlett Robb does have the fastest time, I think. I stand to be corrected there, of around 9:40. So she's going to be around that mark if they pick up the pace over the last two laps. Or no, coming in less than that now, isn't it?
It is.
It's the last lap, the bell lap they'll be coming up to shortly. I didn't hear the bell, but it should be the bell lap.
It should have been the bell lap. I think I saw somebody shaking something, so that had to be the bell. Right now, it's been a bold break, probably almost 800 metres out.
Yeah, and Mackley's not letting her out of her sights, is she?
No, that's still.
She's a very strong young lady that she's been away to Australian cross-country champs, world schools as well as world juniors. So yeah, and she's looking good now, isn't she?
Yeah, she looks as if, yep.
It looks like it's coming through in third place, but it's still.
I don't think the race is over yet either, really. No. That's a 2 metre gap.
The rubber band hasn't broken yet, has it? As we say in middle distance terms. So yeah, Mackley will know she probably needed a bit of a gap on Robb, but it looks like Robb.
Asher 804 is Asher Edwards, Takapuna Grammar. On the outside, 686. Scarlett Robb. Yep. Scarlett Robb.
Sorry, so we were calling it
Ashla Edwards in second.
Ashla Edwards instead of Mackley.
Yep.
Yes, sorry.
It was.
Yep. Colours are similar until we pick up that number. So.
And the athletes now coming in third, fourth, fifth. And a pretty respectable time too. Looks around about the 9:40 something.
We've just hit the 10-minute mark for these athletes now. So all these girls that they were all looking to break 10 minutes. That's sort of a good stock standard for girls of this age running 3K. Once you break under the 10-minute mark, you can go on and progress from there to the 9:30s and 9:40s.
And the field being stretched out. I mean, a number of these girls will have come into the championships, whose times have just really been breaking 12 minutes. But coming here, opportunity, competition, they end up with times that they can go away with and say, hey, look, I can build on this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a large field, but it was around the size. It's just manageable for a straight final rather than having 2-time finals like we did with the boys, and or definitely as in some days gone by, we've had heats one day and finals the next. It's a lot of running otherwise for these young ladies.
Yep, and 11 minutes has just come up on the clock. So when you look at the number of athletes that have gone under 11 minutes, there are over 20 of them, I would think, Tony. And that speaks well, I think, for the future of our middle to longer distance women athletes.
Yeah, it's good to see that these young ladies are all well conditioned, that's for sure, because it's definitely warm out there now. It's probably one of the warmest parts of the day, to be fair, and a little bit of breeze, but not much.
That's right, and there's a nice, as you glance down there at the track, the camaraderie between the athletes, the acknowledging of one another. There's a nice vibe, really, as these young women come in and check in at the finish shoot, or at the finish cabin, I guess I'd call it, near the start-finish line. Lots of embraces and acknowledgements. Right, and right on camera at the moment, Scarlett Robb, our race winner.
So her time officially was 9:35.63, which was it'll be a personal best for her, I believe, and a final part of that race, because they were really looking at about 9:40, 9:45 for most of the race. So a very strong finish. And then Asha Edwards from Takapuna Grammar and her teammate Sasha Letica came through and held on to third, 9:42, with Kate Curry in fourth from Christchurch Girls, 9:46, followed by Bryn Gordon from Kashmir High, and then Senna Mackley from Whakatipu. So yeah, a very, very good finish there with the first 7 or 8 girls all under 10 minutes for that race.
And there we have got it on screen now, Tony, so that gives you a nice picture, and some of those girls will want to get a screenshot of that. That's a performance that they'll feel a great deal of pride in. But the medals for this event will go to the top 3. Scarlett Robb, St Cuthbert's, taking that out from Sasha Edwards from Takapuna Grammar, and Sasha Letica from Takapuna Grammar will take out the bronze. So that's 1, 2, 3. New Zealand Senior Girls 3,000 metres Championship for 2024.
So Kevin, that brings us to the conclusion of our coverage today. We will have some further heats going on the track for the relays, which will bring the finals of those on Sunday. But for you, any highlights as we wrap up today here at the Aorangi Stadium in Timaru and the warmth?
Yeah, well, I've enjoyed these last 3,000 metre events. Maybe that's a little bit of a personal bias. They've been competitive and they've been interesting. The heats of the sprint events, pretty much running to form, but and we're really in the early stages of what is in fact 3 rounds. You don't really get the athletes showing their full hand. So I guess we regard day 1 as a preliminaries day for a number of for the sprinters. The javelin competition, I think, was keen. I think both the senior girls and the senior boys.
It was a great performance by Rebecca Bailey to come through and win on the final throw in the senior girls javelin with a 4-metre personal best, she told me. So that was what you want in a final throw of a national schools competition. And Kazump, the young lady Alex Duff from Columba College, who was leading the competition throughout from round 1 until that throw. So
yes, and that's tough, isn't it? Really, when you've been leading the competition for 5, probably 5, almost 6, she would have outperformed her. And then there's the result there of the girls javelin throw going up on the screen. And that was an impressive final effort, and that's the way probably you'd like to pull off not only a big surprise, but a performance of quality.
So that brings us to the conclusion of today. So we'll probably farewell everyone, say haere mai until tomorrow, and day 2 we'll start with session 2 at just after 9 o'clock in the morning. So we'll bid you farewell on Whakaara Maori until that time tomorrow.
Yep. Cheery. Thank you, Tony.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.